Just a couple of weeks after this photo was taken, this man would commit a mass murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the 101 California Building murders. Viewer discretion is advised. The 101 California Building is a 48-story high-rise located in San Francisco, California. In the building was the law firm called Pettit and Martin, and it consisted of floors 33 to 36. July 1st, 1993 at 2:57 p.m. A 55-year-old man would walk into the building armed with multiple guns. It was this man here, Jean-Luigi Ferry. He was a self-proclaimed entrepreneur that really had no successful businesses ever. Jean had tried to do numerous, get-rich-quick schemes, and this was in the real estate industry, but he was never able to do any of them successfully. Many people basically considered him kind of a loser. Well, he's a loser and also a monster. Now, from what I understand, Jean did not have really a lot of communication with the Pettit and Martin law firm. He had reached out to them on one phone call about something to do with real estate, and he called from a different state. And they respectfully and very helpfully told him, well, here's some numbers you can call local to you to help you out. And that was about it. And then he finds himself in California on that July 1993 day. This is a photo of Jean roughly 2 to 3 weeks before this incident occurred. He is firing one of his weapons. He owned a lot. And this is at some shooting sites that was his own. Now he enters the building armed with multiple weapons, including 2 different Tech 9s and also a Norinco M1 911 pistol. He takes an elevator to the 34th floor. Now he has his guns stored at this point, and he's walked into the law firm with a suit. And so the belief was that he was just seen as possibly another lawyer or someone doing business at the law firm. But then he took out the guns and he began to fire. And he appears to be firing into the offices with really no intent, a specific person. He just fires. He just keeps shooting. And he casually kind of just moves through the 34th floor and just aims at random people and fires. It was a chaotic nightmare. He then moves to the next floor where the law firms are located, and he continues to fire more shots. There are so many people in the building who at first, because this wasn't a big thing that happened all the time like it does now, mass shootings and whatnot. So people were like, oh, that's, from other floors were like, oh, we hear some popping sounds, but, what is that? There was one floor where there was a conference room where a bunch of people were just holding a meeting, and they're like, oh, that's weird. But then they continued their meeting. But the majority of the office workers who realized, holy shit, this is actually happening, they began to run, they began to hide under desks, hid behind doors, all while this guy, who nobody recognized, is just blindly firing bullets everywhere. Obviously, 911 is called very quickly into this, and it becomes this huge thing. People filling the streets outside. People have begun to evacuate the building. This is obviously all before workplaces had to do these, mass shooting training videos because, now it's just such a norm. Well, they didn't have that back then. So people just panicked and were running everywhere. The entire incident lasted about 15 minutes or so, and it was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. Nobody knew who this guy was. Nobody knew why he was doing this. He was just shooting. This is one of the more grim images of the incident. Those are bodies inside this coroner's van. It's just, it's hard to see. The shooter, Jean, he killed 8 people that day, and he wounded at least 10 more. All of the wounded were rushed to the hospital where eventually they would recover and would be released. As for Jean, the elevator he came up in, he had initially pressed the stop button so that he could quickly go in, shoot people, run to the elevator, and go back down. Police believe, based off of stuff they found at his home, on his person, that he actually did not intend to die that day. The elevator was in a position where he clearly meant to leave that building alive. But someone, if they think it's a secretary, had noticed this, and she didn't notice him, but she's like, oh, that's weird. And so she, unpressed the stop button and the elevator went down. So Jean ends up going into a stairwell and he begins to run down and he realizes it's over. It's done because he sees police officers running into the building. So he takes one of his guns, puts it against his head and pulls the trigger and he kills himself. And these were his victims. 52-year-old Alan Burke. He was a partner at Pettit and Martin. 36-year-old Jack Berman. He was a partner at another law firm called Bronson and McKinnon. He was at the Patti and Martin law firm to attend a deposition for one of his clients. 48-year-old Donald Mike Merrill. He was an employee at a company called the Trust Company, which was located in the 101 building. He worked in the energy industry. 64-year-old Shirley Mooser. She was the secretary at the Trust Company office. 30-year-old Jody Jones Sposato. She was a secretary for another law firm located in the building. It was the Davis Wright law firm. 30-year-old David Sutcliffe. He was a law student at the University of Colorado Law School, and he was at Patti and Martin as part of an internship. He was only going to be there for the summer. I'm not sure why he wasn't included in that row of pictures from the newspaper, but this was 28-year-old John Scully. He was a lawyer at Patti and Martin. His 27-year-old wife, Michelle Scully, was there that day meeting him for lunch. John saved his wife's life. He protected her from the gunman, and he took the bullets. He died protecting the love of his life. Some of the names of the other injured are Victoria Smith, Sharon Jones O'Rourke, Brian Berger, Deanna Eves, and Charles Ross. And then there was a few more as well, but their names aren't listed. But all of them would recover. They found these long letters from the gunman, and the letters were considered to be just completely nonsensical. They were random, they were strange, there's a lot of misspellings. He had complained against the FDA. He shared his disgust in the just the overall legal profession. And again, he only ever really had one phone call with this law firm. And all they did was they recommended another law firm for him. So they don't know why he came to this building specifically to do this. And they'll never know. They'll never know why he did it, because his letters did not really provide a solid motive. He didn't say anything to anyone. It felt very, very random. So this shooting, of course, would spur a lot of conversations about gun control. And shortly after this, California would implement some very, very strong gun control. But ultimately, we are at where we are still at. It just keeps getting worse. But thankfully, the killer of these innocent people will never be able to hurt anyone ever again. He was 5 years old. 5 years old. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of AJ Freund. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a brutal case about a child, so just a heads up. Andrew AJ Freund was born on October 14th, 2013, and he lived his life in Crystal Lake, Illinois. When AJ was born, his mother was on drugs, and so he was immediately taken out of his parents' custody, and he was put into the care of a foster family who loved him dearly for the first 18 months of his life. That 18 months is really the only time that little AJ even knew a day of peace. AJ's parents, and I use that term lightly, his mother was Joanne Cunningham and his father was Andrew AJ Freund Sr. After, successfully going through drug programs and whatnot, they were able to regain custody of AJ. They lived here in this house in Crystal Lake, Illinois, and very quickly into AJ's life back with his biological parents, the abuse began to happen. It was so bad that the Department of Child and Family Services were called numerous times. The hotline was called on a number of occasions to tell them that AJ was living in horrible conditions and he was being physically abused. The house they lived in was dilapidated. It was falling apart, and inside was a nightmare. It was obvious that this house had never been cleaned. Trash bags were everywhere. You couldn't sit on a couch anywhere because it was covered. Flies buzzed around the house. There was food that had been left out for days or not, if not weeks. Things were growing on the walls. Feces were all over the house. Look at this. This is disgusting. And this is what the Department of Children and Family Services saw. You have ceilings caving in. This is not even a safe place to be, especially not for a child. Mold. There was actual mold growing all over the house. And a 5-year-old child lived here. This is what he grew up in. This is all he knew. And every single time that the DCFS came out there, they let him stay in the house. They signed off the reports and said there's no evidence to show anything is warranted to have him removed from the house, from his parents' care. Nothing, really. Nothing jumped out at you. This wasn't enough, and apparently neither were the bruises on this child's body. In December of 2018, a DCFS agent came out and noticed an extremely large bruise on AJ's hip. And this little boy told the agent, quote, "Maybe someone hit me with a belt. Maybe mommy didn't mean to hurt me," end quote. This actually caused him to be hospitalized, prompting the DCFS to come out to the hospital. They then signed off to release him back into the care of his parents and sent him home. They said there were no obvious signs of abuse. None. In March of 2019, DCFS came back out to the house for another call of abuse. They confiscated AJ's mom's phone. On that phone, they found a 2-minute-long video. It showed 5-year-old AJ, who was clearly bruised. The video showed him on a urine-soaked baby crib mattress. He was nude except for bandages he had on certain wounds. The mom is actually on audio screaming at AJ, berating him for wetting the bed. AJ was holding a fucking ice bag to his face, a 5-year-old child, which when he did that on the video, you can see that there was these big bruises around his eyes. He also had bruising on his neck, on his clavicle area. Surely now DCFS would take this child from the home. They didn't. They left him there. And then in April of 2019, a month after this, Andrew Freund, his father, calls police to report him missing. A massive community search began. The parents are on the news, crying, and we need to find this boy. They searched the bodies of water nearby. Police, volunteers, family, friends, all looked for him. And then they came to this open field. There was a report of a body partially out of the dirt. When they got there, they found AJ. He was buried very shallow in a grave. He was wrapped with plastic. AJ had been beaten to death. Skull fractures, bone fractures everywhere. 5 years old. He had severe brain trauma from the blunt force injuries to his skull. AJ's parents were then arrested, and they were charged with connections to his homicide, neglect, concealing a body, and not reporting the death of a child. Because initially they tried to say that they found him dead in his crib, and so they just buried him. But the autopsy would show that was not accurate. This is Carlos Acosta. He was the DCFS agent assigned to AJ's case. The one who saw the bruising, the video, the disgusting state of the house with mold, and said, nah, AJ's fine. There's no signs of abuse. He's also arrested. He would be convicted of 2 counts of child endangerment. He was sentenced to 6 months in prison. He has since been released. The sorry sacks of shits here, Joanne Cunningham, would be found guilty of murdering her child and sentenced to 35 years in prison. Andrew Freund was sentenced to 30 years in prison. And I believe these were convictions of involuntary manslaughter. That means that these people can, at one point in their lives, they will be free, because they both have the options for parole as well. I don't understand how you could do what they did to a kid and have him living in the conditions he was living in, and to not get a mandatory life in prison forever. It's disgusting. AJ's foster parents, who had him the first 18 months of his life, said AJ was happy with us, and it's probably the only time he knew actual happiness and joy. They actually wanted to visit him from time to time, but they weren't allowed to. He should have been taken out of the care of his biological parents the first time they were called. That's what led to his death, his murder, neglect. Was it just hard work for the DCFS? Too much paperwork, too much stuff. Why are you in that profession then? Your job is to literally protect kids. You failed this one. He didn't die some quiet, peaceful death. He was tortured. There was evidence of this torture the first time they went out there. And then again, and again, and again, and again. Every time. there's nothing we can do. We gotta leave him in the parents' care. Then the system is extremely broken and it needs to be fixed. But fixing it, unfortunately, won't bring AJ back. But thankfully, his monsters will be in prison for a very long time. Did he go AWOL, or was it something far worse? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alan Lee Morse. Viewer discretion is advised. Alan Lee Morse was born in January of 1955, and I believe he grew up in the state of Georgia. Unfortunately, I don't really know much about his life or his upbringing or anything like that. But I do know that by 1989, Alan is a member of the United States Navy, and specifically he is working as an air traffic controller. In 1989, he is stationed here at the Naval Air Station in Bermuda. In October of 1989, Alan would leave Bermuda to head back home. He was just on a leave. He goes back to his hometown of Austell, Georgia, where he visits his parents and his family. And then he reportedly left to go back to Bermuda. However, a few days after he was supposed to have left Georgia, his parents got a phone call from the Naval Air Station stating that he isn't there, he hasn't come back. And so initially they thought that maybe he went AWOL. And there is belief that the Navy believes that this was deliberate on his end. However, he has never shown up back on the base. He has not been seen in Georgia or anywhere ever since October of 1989. And when he left, he told his parents, I'll be back for Christmas. I'll see you guys then. What's also interesting is that he told his mom that his dad was driving him to the airport to go back to Bermuda. However, his dad was told that his mom was driving him back to the airport. So he lied to his parents about who was dropping him off. Now, I'm not sure exactly how soon the parents realized that neither of them had taken him to the airport. To me, that sounds like something that would have come up in conversation, like, oh, how was the drive to the airport? But I don't know for sure because there's very little published about this case. I don't even see anything in the newspaper archives. Now, his parents wanted to report him missing right away, and they went to the police in Georgia because that's where he last was, and they wouldn't really do anything. They wouldn't take this case seriously because he's an adult. He's a 19-year-old who was supposedly back in Bermuda, but wasn't. As a matter of fact, the police would not actually accept a missing persons report until 2007. And this was after his family had hired a private investigator to look into his case. That's when they found out that it was actually his friend that dropped him off at a bus station back when he was leaving Georgia in 1989. The friend, however, did not know where he was going. They also don't have any evidence of foul play, and that it would be incredibly unusual at this point to have never heard from him again. There is belief that something bad happened. Or did he make himself disappear really successfully? Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Alan Lee Morse, please call 770-499-3900. A young boy on his way home would vanish forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Andrew Amato. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Webster, which is in Massachusetts, and we are going all the way back to 1978. Andrew Amato was born in February of 1974, and he only got 4 years. That's it. He never had a chance to live. It was September 30th, 1978. Andrew was out playing with his sister and one of their cousins. And then Andrew and his cousin began walking down this wooded path to go back to the house. At one point, Andrew drops his toy and he couldn't find it. And so he basically said, I have to find my toy. I'm not going home without my toy. At that point, his cousin leaves and begins to walk back towards the home. He said he was going to go to the house to get some help because Andrew also fell down and hurt himself. Around 10:30 a.m. or so, the cousin came back with an adult, but Andrew was not there anymore. After their own cursory check and calling out his name, they called police to report the young boy missing. This became, from what it sounds like, one of the absolute largest searches for a missing person at that time in Massachusetts. It was huge. They had thousands upon thousands of people. They were searching the path and the surrounding areas of where all this happened. They had been digging places. They had volunteers coming from all over trying to help find him. I mean, you can see in these photos, this is the people searching for him. And all of those people, thousands of them, not a single trace of the boy was ever found. It got to a point where they slowly kind of had to start investigating other cases and that kind of thing. Searches were still being, held for the boy, but it began to get lesser and lesser as time goes on. I know they did these like humongous, like 10, 15 mile search grids, and he just wasn't there. He was there one moment, and probably minutes later, he was gone forever. Someone had to have taken him. So the path where this happened at that time would lead out to Route 52, which is now known as Highway 395. This is also bordering states like Connecticut and Rhode Island. And I want to say they branched out to those state police as well. But again, nothing. And Andrew, well, the little boy is still lost. It's possible that he may have wandered out to Route 52 and someone abducted him. It's possible he wandered out there. Maybe someone struck him with a car. They didn't want to get in trouble, so they picked him up and they hid him somewhere and buried him God knows where. From what it sounds like, they put a lot of work initially into this. And, back in 1978, obviously technology is not what we have now. There's no cell phone pings, there's no GPS, there's no Google Earth images, there's no internet, there's no cell phones, there's nothing. And I think back then, because of the lack of everything we have nowadays, back then people were likely able to get away with things a lot easier. The odds are if he was abducted and something happened to him, he could be hundreds of miles away, buried in some shallow grave. But there is a chance that there is someone out there who knows exactly what happened to little Andrew. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts or what may have happened to Andrew Amato, please call 781-320-1000. Normally in cases like this, I say please don't blame the parents. I can't say that this time. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Annette Bright. Viewer discretion is advised. 8-year-old Annette Bright and her family lived in the small little town of Monessen, Pennsylvania. At the time this case occurred, Annette Bright is just 8 years old. 8. That's it. She went to Marion Elementary School. She had a lot of friends. She liked to be a kid. She liked to play outside, play basketball. She liked swimming. She liked going to church with her family. Just a sweet, innocent kid. This is Charles Koschak. When this case occurred, he is 36 years old. This was Annette's 12-year-old sister. 36-year-old Charles Koschak had a relationship, I guess you can call it, with the 12-year-old girl. You're thinking, oh my God, the parents found out, right? And had him arrested and all that. Technically, no. A year before this case happened, Charles had been found guilty of corrupting the morals of a minor, the 12-year-old sister, which their parents knew about it. Charles would just pop into their house all the time. He would take the 12-year-old girl out shopping. Sometimes the mother would also go with them. But he spent a lot of one-on-one time with the 12-year-old girl. He wasn't supposed to be doing that. Part of his sentence was essentially he couldn't be around minors. But the parents were like, nah, it's all right. I typically hate when people blame parents for stuff like, oh, you let your kids play out in the streets, blah, 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 in the 80s and the 90s. When, we try to tell them it was a different time. This is not that, though. This is parents who allowed this man who had been found guilty of corrupting their 12-year-old girl, and then they let him back in her life, despite all of that. And it would lead to a murder. Around July 13th, 2001, 8-year-old Annette Bright goes missing. There were rumors that potentially Charles Koschak had done something to her. From what I understand, Charles had almost propositioned the 12-year-old sister, saying, if you're not with me, I'm going to kill some of your family. I'm going to kill your sister. I don't know if the threat was that extreme, but I think they did confirm that there was some kind of threat involved that said he would kill someone in the family had he not been able to continue this relationship with the 12-year-old. Again, why is this situation even a thing? Like, what? He actually did work around the Brights' home. He worked for them while he was doing all of this. Anyway, sorry. 2 days after Annette goes missing, her tiny 8-year-old body is found dead. He killed her. He admitted to killing her. And he buried her in this shallow grave here in this spot. It was confirmed, she was shot with a rifle. Initially, they said that she was not sexually assaulted. However, later they found male bodily fluid on her clothing. And so sexual assault was definitely a part of it. Also found near where her body was this bunker. He built himself a bunker where he did God knows what in. That police eventually had to demolish that bunker so kids wouldn't get in there. They searched his vehicles. They searched where he lived. They searched the Bright home. They also questioned the mother and the 12-year-old sister and her father as well. So that's kind of how they were able to quickly determine that Charles Kozchok was involved in this, which then prompted him to lead police to where her body was. Charles says it was an accident. I was out and about with her and I was showing her my rifle and it just went off. No one believed that, obviously, especially since the male bodily fluid was found soon after. Also wondered how on God's green earth did this man even have access to this 8-year-old girl? Why was he even in this house? Why was he allowed back in this house? I'm sorry, but the parents fucking failed here. But with the body and all the searches they did, they found plenty of evidence to corroborate what Charles had basically told them, except the fact that it wasn't an accidental shooting. Because eventually Charles will end up taking a plea deal. He will plead guilty and basically said it wasn't an accident, it was deliberate. And he was convicted of first-degree murder, which essentially means that this was something he intended to do. The 8-year-old girl is buried, and the community is obviously rocked by this. I think many years down the road, I believe Annette's father was arrested for, he was a sex offender, and then he would end up violating parole. So it sounds like, the parents weren't exactly great people. There's very little published about her case. I had to go on the newspapers, websites to read about this. So I don't really know the outcome of what happened with her parents after this, what happened with her 12-year-old sister. I didn't really look further into that because I wanted to focus here on Annette. And by the way, one of the main reasons why he led them to Annette's body, Charles, is because they were going to go for the death penalty, but he said, if I show you where she is, we take the death penalty off the table, and they agreed. So he ends up getting convicted, and he is sentenced to life in prison without parole. The harsh truth here is this never should have happened. That man never should have been anywhere even remotely close to this 8-year-old girl, or the 12-year-old girl. But he was allowed to anyway, and that's just it's frustrating. But thankfully, he is in prison, and he will never hurt anyone ever again. She left her apartment to go to work, but sadly, she never arrived. Now, hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Annita Price. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Annita Price was a 27-year-old mother to 2 children. Annita at the time was going through a divorce, and she was dating, a new boyfriend. Annita was described as vivacious, very lively, very outgoing, incredibly friendly. And most importantly, she absolutely adored her children. She loved them more than anything. And there is just no way possible that she would ever just pick up and leave them. But one day she did leave her apartment and never came home. Annita lived here in these apartments, which was located in Benwood, West Virginia. At 8:45 p.m. on May 30th, 1974, Annita would leave her apartment to go to her work. He worked at a place called the Flamingo Club, which used to be in this lot here, but it has since been demolished. He was obviously going to be working a late night, overnight type shift. However, Annita never got to work, which was very unusual because she would always come to work, and if she wasn't, she would call. She had taken her boyfriend's vehicle, which was this one here, a 1970s green Gremlin, and about 24 hours after she disappeared, the car was found. I guess it was found somewhere near this road, the West Virginia 2 in McMecken, but Annita was not with the car. There was allegedly no signs of foul play. Nothing had been stolen from the vehicle. It was just there. Once the car is found, they report her missing because now something is wrong. Annita is likely somewhere in danger. She may have been kidnapped and she may have even been murdered, but they don't know. First person that police talked to is actually her boyfriend, and they can confirm without a shadow of a doubt he had nothing to do with whatever happened to Annita. He was ruled out and cleared very quickly. In terms of her ex-husband, who she was going through a divorce with, Annita's now adult daughter would say about her father, or Annita's ex-husband, Quote, he denied knowing anything about what happened to her, and he never gave us any information. He just said she left and didn't want to have anything to do with us and moved on, end quote. Anita's children have also stated that they were told repeatedly by the ex-husband to not ever ask about Annita. That, her and her little brother will be punished for bringing it up at all, which is obviously a giant red flag. The ex-husband, the father of the two children, has since died. The police's investigation into this case, through interviewing witnesses, interviewing family, co-workers, etc., and kind of establishing who Annita was as a person and knowing full well that she would never just pick up and abandon her kids, they are pretty much certain that Annita met with foul play that evening, and she was probably killed that evening, but they don't know that for sure. The odds of her actually still being alive today are pretty much at zero. Fast forwarding now decades, all the way to 2016. Police, working on some tips and some information they had received, they began a dig in the Fish Creek area. This was a very lengthy search. They dug a lot. They actually had some things that got in the way, like pipes and whatnot. However, they were not able to find any trace of Annita. The search for her continues. Annita's daughter, who I think was only about 5 years old at the time this all happened, and I think her brother was about 2, well, she would say that she doesn't really feel that the investigation was handled properly from the very beginning. I think a lot of the times you have adult people who go missing. I think the police's first thing is like, wait a certain amount of time because she's an adult, she's allowed to go missing. And we collectively as a world need to stop that. Someone's reported missing, boom, start your search immediately. Why are we waiting for them to be murdered? But also, police had very limited information. This is in 1974. Forensic technology was not a big thing like we have now. DNA wasn't even a tool at that point. I have to imagine they've dusted the car for fingerprints. I'm not 100% positive though. But they have never released anything in terms of like, we have this information, that information. They had very little to work with. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about what happened to Annita Price. Her 2 children had to grow up without her. But perhaps the someone who knows something is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Annita Price, or what may have happened to her back in 1974, please contact the detectives at 304-329-1101. If you know anything, please come forward. It took 38 years, but justice finally came for him. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Barbara Villarreal. Viewer discretion is advised. Barbara Villarreal was actually born in Indiana, and it's where she spent most of her life. She was a part of a large and very close-knit family. She had what they described as a very simple and very happy childhood. She was a smart and sweet and kind woman, and her family really was her entire life. Every single Sunday, every single holiday, they would have, big family get-togethers. Eventually, she would meet her husband, this man here, Domingo Diaz Villarreal, and the two of them lived in Garland, Texas, when all of this occurred. It was November 7th, 1986, here in their home. Barbara's husband calls 911 in a panic to state that he believes his wife is dead. There was blood everywhere. And eventually, once fire and rescue arrived, they determined that she was no longer alive. The 27-year-old Barbara had been stabbed to death. And that very night, they arrested her husband and actually was beginning the process of charging him with her murder. However, those charges were short-lived, and they determined that he actually had absolutely nothing to do with her murder. And so he was released, and all charges against him were dropped. Then, unfortunately, Barbara's case goes cold very quickly. And the mystery of who could have done something like this to her remained a mystery for nearly 38 years. It would be thanks to advancements in DNA technology that finally captured the killer. They processed everything from her case that could have potentially had DNA on it, and they were able to build up a DNA profile, one that was not hers and one that was not her husband's. Her husband, by the way, died himself in 1988. So using genetic genealogy, they found their guy. 86-year-old Librorio Canales. I may have said his name wrong and I apologize. It was his DNA that was found at the murder scene. And did he know her? Were they even acquainted? Well, very much so. He was Barbara's brother-in-law, her husband's brother. Apparently, he was never considered a suspect back then. Or if he was, they never had any evidence at that point to arrest him. Once he was arrested and presented with the evidence of the DNA, he admitted he did it. He confessed to killing her. who would end up pleading guilty to her murder, and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. And, with him being 86 years old at the time of his arrest in 2024, he will die in prison. The why, they don't know. It doesn't sound like he's really given them a reason as to why he did it. But he did it all the same, and that's all that matters in the end. And so finally, after 38 years, Barbara finally got the justice she rightfully deserved. Oh, Jesus Christ! This is the case of this fucking creep. Bruce George Peter Lee. This guy took every fucking first name there is. Who the fuck do you think you Sorry. He was born Peter George Dinsdale, but would later change his name to that obnoxious shit. And this fella originally is from Manchester, England. Just stop with the accents. He was basically raised through a series of different children's homes, because his parents weren't exactly great. He had issues with epilepsy, and he walked with a permanent limp. December 4th, 1979. This was the house of the Hasties, and it was in East Riding of Yorkshire. Well, a fire would sweep through the home. Unfortunately, asleep in the home at the time was Mother Edith and her 4 boys, Thomas and Charles, who were both aged 15, 12-year-old son Paul, and 8-year-old son Peter. Edith also had 3 girls, but they were not in the house that night. They were staying over at a relative's house. Her husband, Tommy, was in jail. Edith and Thomas were the only 2 people to survive. Police would discover that the Hasties were kind of an issue family. They dove into crime quite often. So the speculation was someone probably started this fire out of vengeance. And they would be right. 6 months into the investigation, Bruce, George, Peter, Lee, Liam, Noah, Oliver, Elijah, William, James, Benjamin, Lucas, Henry, Michael, Alex, Mason, Jones, the 14th, Applesauce, the 9th, or some shit. While being questioned by police, which he volunteered to be questioned, he had affiliations with some of the family members. Well, he would confess. He said, yeah, no, I started it. He basically poured kerosene into their mailbox and lit it afire. Why did he do it? Revenge against Charles Hasty, who this guy, who was over the age of 18, had a sexual relationship with Charles, a minor. Charles threatened to expose him, so he reacted. He was also in love with one of the daughters, Angelina, but she rejected him. But guess what? He then confessed to more arsons. 11 of them. Police had him show all of the homes, and he was spot on. They were all burned down. They then took him to a home where they know for a fact someone else committed the arson, and he said, yeah, that wasn't me, I didn't do that. So they knew he was telling the truth. He said he did it on purpose because he liked fire. And throughout all of these fires, 26 people died, including a newborn baby. But the Hasties were the only ones he knew, the only one he committed out of revenge. So he was sentenced to life in prison. 11 of his manslaughter convictions would be overturned later because evidence shows he didn't do them. When a human skull was found, this clay recreation would help give her her name. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bunchee Nyhuis. Viewer discretion is advised. It was November of 1987, and a mapmaker who was out in Farmington, Missouri, found something very strange in the woods. In a very desolate location, he saw something that looked like a skeleton. When he got closer, it was more than obvious. This was a human skull. Eventually, when police are called about this, they dig up the area and they find more remains. They also find a bunch of hair. They also discover a pair of tattered blue jeans. And when it's all said and done, this is everything they found. So this was not a complete human skeleton. More than likely, animals in the area had gotten to this body. But their belief was that this was a homicide victim. Initially, they thought the victim was a white female, but they were wrong. So they were able to trace the buttons on the blue jeans they found to a manufacturer in Hong Kong. And these jeans were not sold around the world. They were only sold in Asia. So they began to believe that this victim was actually Asian, which would then lead to this recreation, a clay model of the skull. I know, there's always something about these things that are just so unsettling. But actually, this one was fairly close. And when they put her image out on the news, a couple who had not seen their friend in about 5 years, who believed that she had gone back to Thailand, said that she looked a lot like their friend. That friend was named Bunchee Nyhuis. And if you put the images side by side, it's actually pretty close. but they still needed to confirm that that was actually her. They would end up doing the superimposed image over the skull. They found a photo of her at a particular angle. They lined it up and everything matched perfectly with Bunchee's face. They even tested this with other images of other women who were missing, and they did not even come close to matching. So this would lead them to Richard Nyhuis. The friends of Bunchee would say that Richard and Bunchee always had arguments. This was not a super happy marriage. That she had a desire to actually just move back to Thailand and say goodbye to him. Initially, it sounds like he told people that that's exactly what she did. She went back to Thailand. But with her remains being found in Missouri, certainly not in Thailand, it begged the question, what happened? Her skull had blunt force trauma to it. It was indicative that she had likely been struck over her head with something like a hammer. When they confront Richard with, the body and other things, he ends up telling police in this interview that he and Bunchee had gotten into an argument over moving to a new house or something like that, and that something led to something where she went after him with her nails, and that he pushed her back, and that she fell backwards and hit the back of her head on a jagged rock. Except the injury to her skull was not indicative of a jagged rock. It was perfectly circular in shape, and it was a cut and dry image of basically what a hammer would look like against a human skull. The body was also found on a Boy Scout ranch. Richard just so happened to be a Boy Scout leader, and he was frequently at this ranch because of that. Now, he says that when she fell on this rock, she was having trouble breathing. He just suffocated her to put her out of her misery, but apparently didn't want to tell police or anything, and then just buried her body in a 2-foot grave on a Boy Scout ranch. And the fact that she was only buried 2 feet meant her body eventually began to surface, where animals would pick apart at her body, and so her full remains have never been located. Also, initially when this happened, the ground was still pretty frozen solid, and so he couldn't dig a grave. So what they think he did is he put her in their freezer until the ground, outside thawed. And then he brought her to that area, dug up a grave, and buried her there. What a guy. So he's arrested and he's charged with the murder of Bunchee Nyhuis. His defense team went with the argument that they had gotten into a fight. One thing led to another. They actually tried to paint her as being a very volatile person, which wasn't really the case. But he had to defend himself by pushing her as she went towards him. And then she landed on the rock. And they actually tried to say at one point that he accidentally suffocated her by putting his hand over her mouth. On accident. Jesus. However, the prosecution's experts would clearly show that this was not the case. She was struck over the head with an object. The jury came back fairly quickly, and he was found guilty. He would be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 50 years. May he rot for eternity. He said she left the house after an argument, but the evidence would say otherwise. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Caren Campano. Viewer discretion is advised. Caren Campano was born on July 15th, 1949. She was born in New York, but eventually she would find herself in Oklahoma. She was the incredible mother to 3 children from a previous relationship than the one she was in at the time of this story, and her 3 kids all lived in New York. Caren at the time was working at this company here, and she was married to this man, Chris Campano. Now, he was her 3rd husband. Caren was actually about 15 years older than Chris. They were introduced to each other by Chris's mom, and they lived here in this house in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Was not necessarily considered a super happy marriage. They did argue a lot. Neighbors would report that they heard them screaming at each other all the time, but it never appeared to be violent or anything like that. Caren Campano was last seen by her husband walking away from the house, and she was going to be walking to the Buy for Less grocery store. This was on July 1st, 1992, and it was about 7:30 p.m. when she left. Caren never came home. Chris says that he looked for his wife all night but had no luck, and by 4:30 p.m. the following day, he reported his wife missing. Chris told police that on July 1st, sometime before 7:30 p.m. when he last saw her walking away from the house, the two of them had got into a very loud argument, and this was with regards to his drug use. She would state was a normal thing. They would argue about that kind of thing all the time. She wanted to help him. She wanted to get him into some kind of rehab. but he apparently wanted nothing to do with that. Neighbors did hear them screaming that night, and at one point it sounded like someone screamed, "No, please don't do that." But no one reported anything that night. I think it's because it was just such a normal thing to hear them screaming at each other that it was just another one of those nights. The important thing, though, to everyone is, where is Caren? Where could she have possibly gone? She didn't show up at the grocery store. The day after she was last seen, she didn't go to her job, which is also unusual. Caren's family knew something was odd about this. Something just felt really off, and they were concerned. As Caren doesn't do this kind of thing, she doesn't pick up and just leave and never come back. She never touched her bank account. She never used her social security number after this. They had that gut feeling that something very, very bad happened. A couple of days after she's reported missing, police asked Chris, "Hey, can we come into your house? Can we, take a look around?" He said, "Yeah, absolutely." The house itself looked normal. There was nothing that immediately jumped out to them. But next to their bed, they did notice that there was like a trash bag right next to the bed, and they moved that trash bag, and they found a very large stain. When they do a presumptive test for human blood, it comes back a match. This is human blood. So they bring Chris in for questioning. "Hey, what really happened? What do you know?" Initially, he said, "I've told you everything that I know. She walked out of the house." But police weren't buying that. But since they found this, which tested for human blood, they were able to get a more thorough search warrant. There was blood everywhere. All of the lit up things here you see is after they used luminol, which forensic files would tell us every episode what luminol is. But obviously it's detecting traces of blood that have been cleaned up. And there's just more of it. It's on the walls. There's spatter on the walls. It's on a staircase leading out to their yard. Found blood on the handles. They would do a test with this blood that would have left this size of a sample. They wanted to know that if a person who lost this much blood, could they still be alive? They tested this very thoroughly, and they determined that there is no way humanly possible that if someone lost this much blood in one moment, that that person would still be alive. That this person is dead. Okay, well, whose blood is it? After getting DNA samples from family members, they were able to determine that that blood definitely came from Caren Campano. They know now that she is dead. She never left that house to go for a walk after an argument. Chris is arrested and he is charged with his wife's murder, despite there being no body. The belief is that they had gotten into one of their normal arguments. He grabbed some sort of blunt force object, a pipe, a pole, or something, and he swung it over her head. This would be confirmed 8 months after Caren was last seen. Her skeletal remains were found in a densely wooded area, just thrown away as if she was a bag of trash. They were able to positively identify her based off of our dental records, and they confirmed that Caren had been struck over her head multiple times, which caused her death. So Chris Campano goes on trial for his wife's murder. Of course, he still denies he had anything to do with it, but the evidence against him was extremely overwhelming. It wasn't just the blood found next to the bed, it was the blood found everywhere in the house that also all came back to Caren. They could literally trace in blood the exact path her body took so that he could throw her into his vehicle. Chris Campano was found guilty. He was convicted. This man did not just get a life sentence, they sentenced him to 1,000 years in prison. That's a long time. I always wish that meant that when they died, they come back reincarnated as a baby and are immediately thrown back into prison and continue the cycle until their sentence is up. Wishful thinking. Caren Campano was a lovely woman. She was a fantastic mom. She was so good to everyone. She wanted to help her husband with his drug problem. He didn't like that, and sadly, he would take her life. But thankfully, Caren and her children, they all got the justice that Caren very rightfully deserved. 2 people killed in broad daylight, and the answers are still unknown. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Carnell Sledge and Catherine Brown. Viewer discretion is advised. Now, there really isn't a whole lot of information to provide about this case, but Carnell Sledge was 40 years old and Catherine Brown was 33. The two of them had been good friends for the past 10 years or so, and they lived in the Rocky River, Ohio area. On June 4th, 2019, the two friends would meet here at this park. This is at the Rocky River Reservation, and it's near the Lorraine Bridge. Authorities know that around 5:04 p.m., the two of them arrived at this park and sat down on this very bench. At some point between 5:08 p.m. and 5:14 p.m., both of them would be shot in the back of the head and killed. Katherine's body was found floating in the water near the bridge, and Carnell's body was found near the bench just on the ground. At 5:18 p.m., 2 kayakers would come across their bodies. Police would realize this was obviously not an accidental shooting. This was a deliberate attack on the 2 of them. However, they do not know if they were actually targeted by anyone specifically, or if this was just a very random shooting. And unfortunately, that's all the information I have. There is very little information released to the public. There is, from my understanding, no real evidence to work off of. There are no witnesses who have come forward. So all we have is 2 people who were shot dead for no apparent reason. So authorities in the Rocky River, Ohio area are asking for your help. I'm going to put the phone number in the comments below. You may have to remind me if I forget, but apparently I'm not allowed to put public phone numbers on the screen. It's why I was absent the past 3 days. But if you have any information that could help authorities and their families solve this case, please give that phone number a call. Just in case, you can contact the Cleveland FBI or the Metro Parks Police Department or Crime Stoppers. You can report information anonymously, so if you don't want to be known, that's okay. But any little thing can help, so please give them a call. Was she killed by a stalker or someone she knew? Or were they one and the same? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Charlene Hummert. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Charlene Hummert was 48 years old and she was married to this man here, Brian Hummert. The 2 of them had been married for about 20 years or so, and they had 3 kids together. Charlene worked as an admin assistant at the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, or PEMA, and everyone described her as just truly a great person, kind, caring, loving, trusting. She was known for her compassion. Charlene, pictured here with her family, was described as an incredibly warm individual. She was very selfless, and family was everything. In 2001, Charlene started to get letters from an apparent stalker. Whoever this person was sending letters to her. Typically, they were typed out. She would receive threats from this stalker. The stalker seemed to know her every single movement and where she was at all times. This person knew very intricate details. On March 21st, 2004, Brian Hummert would report his wife, Charlene, missing, and it would not take long to find her. They found Charlene's vehicle, an SUV, parked in a parking lot of a grocery store. And in the car was Charlene herself. She had been killed. It was more than obvious that she had been strangled with some kind of ligature. It also appeared that the crime scene looked staged, like they put the pants back on her the wrong way. The whole thing, it just didn't look right. So police checked footage of the grocery store to see if maybe Charlene went in there. So they found out through surveillance footage when the car was parked, and they see someone coming out of it. It's not Charlene. It's this man, a mystery man. The man appears to be dressed for the winter, and he is wearing a dark parka with gloves and a beanie. The only thing this man purchased, though, was a single bag of dog treats. And that was it, and people found that to be very unusual. But then the man leaves the store with his one purchase, and then he doesn't get back into Charlene's car. They don't know where he went. The image of his face is very blurry, and this is a guy clearly trying to hide himself. So they brought in experts to find out how tall this guy was by doing one of those height charts in the same doorway, and they kind of lined it up with where this man was. And they determined that he was 5 feet 6 inches tall, and he had to have a heavier build. On Charlene's body, they found several clumps of like a sand or a dirt. So they took samples of it because they just wanted to know perhaps where did it come from? Maybe they can match it up to a crime scene somewhere else. So while at Charlene's home, they noticed a patch of dirt on the side of their house. They take a sample of that sand or that dirt, and they determined that it's likely the same exact dirt found on Charlene's body. And it looked like she had been dragged through that dirt. When asked by police when was the last time you saw your wife, Brian said, "I saw her this past Friday." He told police they got into an argument that night and she left to go to a friend's house, but then never came home. And apparently never got to that friend's house either. There was actually a point where people were blaming her son, this guy here, for killing his mom. But that was completely unfounded. They had no evidence of that. He had an alibi, so they don't really know why people rushed to judge him or blame him. So they finally were able to get a warrant to search Charlene and Brian's house. And in that house, they found a dog leash that had been attached to this like red cord that they kind of used to lengthen the dog leash. And they noticed this metal piece right there. It looked familiar. That's because it lined up with a wound right on Charlene's neck. It was a perfect match. That metal piece was used to strangle Charlene, which is like that little hook thing, you hook into the dog's collar. So now they have a potential murder weapon in the house that Charlene and Brian lived in with their kids. You have the sand found on her body right outside of her house. And then you have footage of this man here leaving Charlene's vehicle, going into the store to make one simple purchase, and then leaves the car behind. So at that point, this man was driving the car that had Charlene's body in it. Well, he looks kind of familiar, doesn't he? I mean, even from an angle with a blurry image, kind of looks like him. The husband, Brian. Brian also owned a blue parka jacket, which they found in the house. How tall was Brian? 5 feet, 6 inches tall. The same height as Mystery Man. And this was literally the day before she was reported missing. Police would learn that the marriage was falling apart. Charlene and Brian would argue all the time. Usually kind of like your typical run-of-the-mill arguments between a married couple, but some also got very heated. And it got to a point where Charlene questioned the stalker she had, who was sending her letters and knew exactly where she was at all times. And she had a very good reason to question that. When they sent all of the letters that she had received from the so-called stalker, which most of them were hand-typed, they then took writings, known writings of Brian, and they used a forensic linguist to determine the type of language and how a person writes and talks. And they compared the letters from the stalker to known samples of Brian. It was the exact same. They also received a letter after she was found, and this was from someone claiming to be the killer. Well, when they took that letter and compared it to Brian's known writings and the stalker letters, the linguistics were identical. Brian had written the stalker notes, and Brian had written the killer's note. It's believed that Charlene found out, and this caused a humongous argument. By the way, the children weren't at the house that night, and something led to something, and he strangled her with the first thing he could find, the dog leash. And then, after she died, he dragged her out to the car, dragged her through the dirt, which left the stains on her pants. He then dumped the car in a grocery store parking lot with her body inside. The belief is that he went inside to just purchase one whatever thing because he wanted to establish an alibi, perhaps. Or he was hoping that his little disguise would throw people off, that people wouldn't know that it was Brian. He was arrested and charged with the murder of his wife, Charlene. Brian goes on trial and he is found guilty of first-degree murder. But because of some sort of prosecutorial misconduct, his conviction was overturned and he would go on trial for a second time. In May of 2012, he goes on trial again. He is once again found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. It sounds like, from what I understand, that conviction was also overturned and he went on trial for a third time. Once again, found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without parole. And that is finally where it's at now. What police and the prosecution believe, and other people believe this as well, is that Brian came up with the concept of the stalker in order to frighten Charlene, and then somehow he could play the hero by comforting her and being there for her, and their marriage would be fixed. But all the stalking letters did was actually create more anger between the two of them, which then boiled over when Brian killed her. But thankfully, he was really bad at covering all of his tracks, and Charlene got the justice she very rightfully deserved. Hell... What the fuck? Hello? Do you have my Wendy's Frosty or what? Grubhub is getting far too personal these days. Do you need some privacy, or? So I thought I would do something a little bit different and show some unsettling things found on Ring cameras, make a video about that. I actually found these on a YouTube channel called Urbex Hill, and okay, he's back at it. So this happened in Salinas, California in 2019. The owners of the house were not actually home at the time, but they got an alert on their phone because the motion sensor was activated. Apparently, once the authorities got these images, they pretty much identified him pretty quickly. He was a guy who had been arrested before for like loitering and theft, and he didn't know the owners, and clearly something was just mentally very wrong with him. So the next video, it's pretty disturbing, comes from this individual here. So she said, "This is what I've been dealing with since October 31st. This man has been outside of my apartment almost every night. I have contacted everyone that I know to contact about this. What is it going to take for y'all to protect and serve?" This is the video. Uh-huh. What? Oh, he's back. Okay. I don't know if the dude was publicly identified, but the individual who this happened to gave an update, says, "I'm safe for now. I have friends and family here that confronted him, so hopefully he stays away. Since my post had gone viral last night, security did 2 routines throughout the night. Just thank you for everyone for the continued support." So it was just a guy who just continually stopped and looked at her apartment and just stood there. It's when people aren't moving, that's what I find the most disturbing. Unlike this fella. Jesus. Yeah. Oh. 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 Ugh. Should we leave? Ugh. So, the eyes. So the woman was home at the time this happened, and she calls police, and he's still there, and so they arrest him. It doesn't sound like she knew who this man was or why he went to her house, and it's obvious that the guy was something out of his mind. Creepy, all the same. But if you want like a lot more context into these with a lot more stories featured in them, that YouTuber Urbex Hill has like a 12 or 13 minute long video about these. Worst deaths imaginable? Hello, true crimerers. Viewer discretion is advised, and also this is another elevator story, so if you are easily triggered by elevator things, you may not want to watch this. This was Jose Sandoval Opazzo, and he was originally from Italy. He was an electrician aboard the Carnival Cruise Ecstasy, and on December 27th, 2015, while the Ecstasy was about 27 nautical miles from Grand Bahama Island, on its last leg of a 3-day cruise, he was working on top of an elevator. This is not him, of course, this is just to show you what it would look like. The elevator in this instance was stopped on the 6th floor. He allegedly had the elevator door propped open with a screwdriver, and an investigation would find out that he had also disabled a safety feature on the elevator, something that apparently is common with electricians who are working in elevators. When all of a sudden, the elevator began to move. It was now moving from the 6th floor up to the 9th floor. The movement of the elevator, they believe, startled him, and he fell backwards, and he fell down the side of the elevator. There is very little room between the wall of the elevator shaft and the elevator itself. Almost no room. So Jose, he would be compressed between the wall of the elevator and the wall of the elevator shaft, between the extremely narrow walls of the elevator. His body was crushed, and from what I understand, dragged up the elevator shaft. Whew, Jesus Christ. Well, how did people find out? Let me tell you. Because the elevator was now moving, people were able to board the elevator. And, a passenger who was waiting outside said he heard what sounded like a rushing waterfall. And this is when people were noticing a literal waterfall of blood rushing down the front of the elevator doors. It was like, if you've seen the movie The Shining, that's the visual I had. When you know, I guess. There's no telling for sure how long it took for him to die, but by the sounds of it, it was relatively quickly. At least that's what I could hope. Apparently, there were people who took photos and video of the blood not knowing what it was beforehand and posted it online. I haven't seen it, but the way that the blood was pouring would indicate there wasn't much of him left. The death was ruled an accident. Carnival Cruise was not held liable because it wasn't their fault. I knew I hated elevators for a reason. The Delphi murders case is now told to us in docuseries form. It's called Capturing Their Killer, The Girls on the High Bridge. It's on Hulu. It's 3 episodes long. Each episode's about 45 minutes or so. This is not a paid sponsor. If you are a true crime person, then you definitely know about the Delphi murders. The murders of Abby and Libby. Their case was made famous worldwide, really, because of the footage that Libby took. And in the background, you see a man, and then they release the audio that says, guys, down the hill. And so some people refer to this as the down the hill killer, the bridge guy, and it was a mystery for several years. They came up with multiple different composite drawings that were very different from one another. They had suspects here and there, but ultimately, Richard Allen, as we all know, was arrested and charged with their murders and was recently convicted and sentenced to life in prison. This, to me, is just another strange case to make in docuseries form so quickly, because I think one could argue that this is one of the most well-known, well-documented in terms of, on social media, true crime cases in the past 20 to 30 years. Everybody knows this case. Everybody knows Bridge Guy. Everybody knows the quote he says in the video, guys, down the hill. And the full 43-second video that Libby took is now available to see. And it's fucking haunting. It's chilling. I feel like this docuseries, it tells you a lot of information, but it's also not a lot of information that we didn't already know. I mean, this is such a fresh in our minds case. I feel like true crime docuseries, once the case is solved, closed, and they have a convicted killer, I feel like they should wait at least a decade to do something like this. Not 3 seconds after it happened. So in that regard, it was informative. It was a good 3-episode docuseries, but like a few I've watched recently, it's too long. And it doesn't really give a whole lot of brand new insight. There are 2 things when I watch docuseries like this that always drive me nuts. And one of those things is when these types of docuseries interview the wife or the husband, the boyfriend, the girlfriend, the mother, the father of the alleged killer. Because it's always, they're crying, they're like, oh, he couldn't have done this, it wasn't him, they got the wrong guy, he's not this person, he's a good, kind-hearted person, he's a father, he's a loving husband. You can never, ever know a person 100%. You know them as they present themselves to you. You may know a person 99.5%, but that other 0.5%, that 0.5% of someone you don't know, they keep that hidden for a reason. This man confessed to his wife on the phone, recorded, to killing them. And he wasn't speaking, she's like, oh, he's mentally unwell, he doesn't know what he was doing, doesn't know what he was saying when he said those things. No, ma'am, I heard the calls, he was calm, cool, and collected. And every time she said, no, you didn't do this, he's like, yeah, I did. And then they interview his entire lawyer team, his defense team, and try to justify these confessions that he made. Oh, no, he's mentally unwell, he was in solitary, he's blah, 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 blah. I understand that police can coerce confessions from people. I understand that people are falsely in prison. But this man said so calmly, I killed them. I killed Libby and Abby. I did it. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. They had physical evidence. His lawyers also tried to say, because, that's the other thing I hate when they interview. I hate when they interview the defense team, when it's someone who we all know is guilty. They literally try to say, oh, because the branches were on top of the bodies in a certain way, it could potentially be satanic in nature. Really? Still, in 2025, we're still doing the satanic panic thing? And, his wife, who's interviewed, says, yeah, I mean, look, no one poses the bodies the way they were posed, and no one puts sticks over their bodies, on accident. That's what his wife said. Bitch, they do when they're trying to hide their bodies. I swear, these people were coming up with every excuse possible as to how or why he didn't do this. They ignore the physical evidence. They ignore the confessions. Again, you do not and will never know a person 100%. Just because you think in your heart of hearts that they are not capable of doing what they did, what they're accused of, it doesn't mean they didn't do it. And I get it. I know that that's hard to grasp. It's hard to really accept about someone you know and love, about someone you think you've known for decades. Guess what? People knew Ted Bundy. People knew John Wayne Gacy. People knew Jeffrey Dahmer. People knew the BTK killer. People knew the Green River killer. And there are people who said to those people, they were such kind people. We didn't know they had a monster inside of them. Every killer, every monster has family, has friends who all see a completely different side. Why? Because that person hides it about themselves. That's how people get away with these things. Murder. I could not stand listening to his wife. Maybe that's wrong of me. I don't know, but it just drove me nuts. I almost stopped it because I couldn't listen to her anymore. He did it. He killed them. He killed these two innocent children, destroying a community, destroying families, destroying a lot, including his own life, including his own family. So I guess, for people who may not know too much about this case, this docuseries may be really good for you to watch. But if you're like the majority of us who knows so much about it, you're not going to get anything truly new or overly insightful about it. It's well made and everything is good. It's just probably would have been better suited for 10 to 20 years from now, But if you want to watch it, it's on Hulu, and it just premiered a couple days ago. These things are always so frightening. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Denali Borough John Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. There is very little information on this story. There's almost none. But it occurs in Cantwell, which is in Alaska. And specifically, it's near Denali Park. On September 6, 1992, along a trail, a couple of hikers found what looked like a human skull. They alerted authorities, and the authorities confirmed it was a human skull, and I think there were other bones there, but I'm not sure if they have the entire body or not. But there was no identification. There was nothing there that would help them find out who this is. And so they do the clay recreations. And I don't know what it is, but these things always just give you the heebie-jeebies. It's like that uncanny valley kind of thing. But at any rate, they came up with this clay rendering, and this is more of a side profile. They said his hair is a sandy color, but outside of that, there really is nothing else. These are skeletal remains. There's not any tattoos or any kind of scars or anything. No birthmarks. Obviously, there's not going to be any fingerprints, and DNA is going to be hard to come by. But it is still possible with skeletal remains. They have a rough estimate that his age may have been somewhere between 19 and 39. It's a pretty big gap. But no one has come forward to say that they recognize him. And it's cases like this that are always just so profoundly sad. They don't know how he died. They have partial human remains. They have this rough estimate of what he may have looked like. Clay renderings typically were not super close, but this is a person. This is a human being. I don't know if he was murdered or if he died accidentally or he ended his own life. I don't know. But he was a person. He was someone's somebody. He was someone's son. Maybe he was someone's brother. Maybe he was someone's nephew. Maybe he was someone's father. He was someone. And I know videos like this will probably be seen by about 300 people, but he deserves to have his name back. And you never know. The right one person might see this. I forgot to mention, there's no clothing descriptions either. So I don't know if clothing just wasn't found or if maybe they were, but they were tattered and shredded. I don't know. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who this man was. If that someone is you, you are asked to text the word AK TIPS to the number 847411, or you can call 907-768-2202. A family in Texas is still holding out hope that one day soon their loved one's murder will be solved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dexter McLean. Viewer discretion is advised. Dexter McLean lived here in this house in East Texas with his parents. At the time of this case, Dexter is 20 years old, described as pretty much a well-behaved young man, never really got into a lot of serious trouble. However, he had been into some recent issues with the law, and this was just because of, pot. Everyone said Dexter was a very fun, sweet, good-natured guy. He just loved to have fun. He had no enemies that anyone knew about. But sadly, one night, his family would discover him in the home, deceased. It was July 4th, 2008. Dexter's parents had been working the night shift, and I don't think anyone else was at home, so it was just Dexter. They got home from work sometime, I think around 3 or 3:30 a.m., and when they did so, they found Dexter in his bedroom on the floor, unresponsive, and there appeared to be blood. Dexter had been shot, and there was also indications that someone had beat him. When police and rescue arrived, they confirmed that unfortunately Dexter McLean was dead. The killer entered the home through his parents' bedroom window. I think they broke it to get in. And also their dog was nearby, a chocolate lab, and whoever killed Dexter also shot and killed the dog. When police interviewed neighbors, they said that at some point that night they definitely heard a sound of a loud pop, but it was the night of 4th of July. There are thousands of loud pops that night. So they didn't think anything of it. I mean, I think it came at a point where it felt out of place, but it still was 4th of July. That's why they kind of remembered it. Now, I don't know if there are any CCTV cameras in that neighborhood. It was 2008. It wasn't as common as it is now. And they haven't really released a lot of information with regards to whatever kind of evidence they have. I do know they have interviewed people. They also have to kind of sift through the rumor mill. Something like this happens, especially to someone his age, you're going to get a lot of the runaround hearsay type stuff, and the police have to kind of figure out what's real and what's not. But what is real is he is dead. Someone broke into this house, beat him, and then shot him to death. For what? Why? The motive is unclear. Like I said, he didn't really get into any kind of trouble. He didn't really run with the wrong crowd. I mean, the only trouble he got into involved marijuana, but I have to assume they investigated that route, but again, I'm not too positive. There is now a $50,000 reward for any information that helps lead to the arrest of Dexter's killer. It's been 17 years since this happened. It's kind of unusual that it's still unsolved. You know, in cases like this, you figured with cell phone technology, pinging towers, we were way more advanced even in 2008 with terms of forensic testing, and still they don't have anything to work with. His family, which is his brother, his sister, and his parents, are at times they feel like they're living in fear because the person who did this to Dexter, what if they do it to them? I understand that's got to be horrifying, because was this something against the family, or was it just random? Was it just a robbery that turned really bad? But the answers to these questions still remain unanswered. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this to Dexter McLean. Perhaps that someone is you. If you do have any information, you can report it anonymously. And keep in mind, the littlest detail may be little or nothing to you, but it could be everything to police. So, if you have any information on the murder of Dexter McLean, please call 903-920-2561. If you know something, if you saw something or heard something, please say something. If he truly died this way, then he died in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 23-year-old Duncan McPherson. He was born in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada. He had dreams of becoming an NHL player. He was actually a first-round pick of the New York Islanders, but because of several injuries, he never actually made it to the NHL. In August of 1989, he would travel to the Stubai Alps, which is in Austria. He was actually intending to go to Scotland, but he passed through here on his way. He was expected to make it to Scotland on August 12th, but he never arrived. 6 weeks later, the car that he borrowed from a friend was found at the Stubai ski resort. So they spoke to the people at the resort, and they said that in fact was there. To them, it appeared that he was going to do some snowboarding before he continued his trip. But nobody knew where he was. He just vanished, so he was reported missing. And he would be missing for 14 years. In 2003, some people nearby saw a glove sticking out of a melting glacier. In the middle of that glacier, McPherson's remains. I can't show those images because, TikTok. His arms had both been amputated. So were both his hands and both his legs. His body was quite literally in pieces. Now, apparently there is some science behind the fact that if a body is inside of like a glacier like this, I guess a body can separate. But based on the actual bones and where the injuries and fractures were, and this is also his snowboard that was found inside the glacier with him, and you can see that it has some severe cutting on it. This is another image where you can see the damage to the snowboard. They also found his wallet, which in there they found cards with particular damage. It looked like the teeth of a tiller on a snow tilling machine. So these teeth right there. The machine that in question also has this on it. Very large machine with a lot of machinery and very large metal claw things. When experts looked at his bones, they determined that there was no way that his body had separated through the natural process of it being stuck in a glacier like that. They said his bones were separated, could only be explained by machinery. So this is what they think happened. This is an image from the mountain he would have been snowboarding on. This is the tilling machine they would have used. They believe that Dustin somehow got injured on that mountain. They believe it was very foggy, and as he was lying on the ground waiting for help, the tilling machine ran over his body, tearing him to pieces. They said it would have peeled the skin off of his bones. It would have ripped his limbs off. These parts right here would have absolutely annihilated his body. Not only would he be crushed to death, but he's also dealing with the agony of having his skin peeled off of his body, his limbs being torn off. Now, one could only hope that if this was how he died, that he didn't experience it for too long. That hopefully he would have died fairly quickly, but they can't say for sure. It would have been probably pretty foggy, hard for the driver to see. They did confirm they were driving these with skiers on the mountain. It would have been so loud he wouldn't have heard the blood-curdling screams of the man he was destroying. I was reading that one of his legs could have possibly, just based on this, could have gotten stuck in this machine before it was taken off, and it basically just rotated it until his leg was pulled off. They were even able to determine that he was likely alive for a little bit of this because there was certain damage to his bones that indicated he tried to remove himself from the machine, but they can't say that for sure. They can't confirm that this is the way he actually died, but the evidence shows and proves that it was likely done by a machine and not by some natural method. So, what they believe happened is either the driver realized what happened after the fact, was afraid of possibly losing his job and being, going to trial for manslaughter because he had broken safety protocols, or they think maybe he was drunk. And again, the whole trial and manslaughter stuff. They even think he may have had help from a supervisor, basically move the body to where it was eventually found. Again, they can't confirm it, but that is the ultimate likelihood. And if that is the way he died, Jesus Christ. I sincerely hope, I have to just believe that he did not feel it for too long, because that is hell on earth, and I would wish that on nobody. They exhumed tombs from the 1800s to find a missing girl, but was she there? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Emanuela Orlandi. Viewer discretion is advised. Emanuela was born in January of 1968. She was one of 5 siblings, and they actually lived in Rome. They actually lived specifically in Vatican City. So her father worked as an office clerk of the prefecture of the Pontifical House. This is actually a photo of Emanuela right there when she was a little bit younger, and her family with the Pope. And they lived in this apartment building in Vatican City. On June 22nd, 1983, 15-year-old Emanuela would leave their apartment building to go to her flute lesson in Rome. From what I understand, she did get to her flute lesson that day. However, she never came home. So at some point after the lesson, she called her sister and said that she was approached by someone, and this was like an older man who offered her a job to pass out flyers. Well, I should say one place I looked said that she was approached to pass out flyers, but another article says that she was approached by this man to sell Avon beauty products. So she told that to her sister on the phone, but after that, no one heard from her ever again or saw her ever again. By 9:30 p.m. that night, her parents became extremely worried because she still hadn't come home and she hadn't called. When they reached out to the people she was acquainted with, no one had seen her since, earlier that afternoon. They go out specifically to look for her, and then they report her missing. And a 15-year-old girl missing in Vatican City, it's gonna pretty much spread like wildfire. And it became a big story. They were getting calls and calls and calls and calls, tips, leads. Most of it led to nothing. There would be a couple of witnesses who told police that they did, in fact, see Emanuela talking to a man outside of the place where she had her lessons. So that backs up the story she told her sister that some guy approached her to pass out flyers or sell something. And then a couple witnesses said they saw her getting into a green BMW, and the car had gone towards the direction of the city center. But nobody knows who the man is, and nobody knows who was driving that car. They don't even know for sure if that was Emanuela seen getting into that car. This is her brother Pietro, obviously years and years later, holding, the information about his sister. But the family never gave up. They pursued this case. They tried to find her every which way they could. They got their hopes up, when people would call in with tips, but again, it led to nothing. And it's a story that basically everyone there knows. But the biggest thing they don't know is, where is she? What happened to her? It's an absolutely confounding mystery. Nobody knows. There have been rumors that perhaps she was kidnapped and that she was going to be ransomed. But no ransom call ever came in. No ransom notes ever came in. There was connections to a man named Mehmet Ali Akka. I probably butchered that. He was the assassin who shot the Pope in the middle of St. Peter's Square, May of 1981. There's belief that he had some connections to what happened to Emanuela. So her family had been contacted by someone who called themselves simply the American. This guy told police that the Italian government has until June 30th to release the assassin of the Pope. And if they didn't comply, Emanuela would be killed. Apparently, they played a tape of a girl on this, call, which the family identified as being her, but I don't think it's ever actually been proven that the voice they heard was her. June 30th came and went, nothing happened. There were rumors that the mafia was involved. This had to do with, I guess the mafia had lent the Vatican a whole bunch of money at some point, but the Vatican was never able to pay it back. And the belief of the rumor is that she was kidnapped by them in order to pressure the Vatican into paying their debt. But again, nothing could be proved. What if Emanuela just ran away? Teenage girl, it happens. That could have been a reasonable theory for some time. However, the fact that she was never seen after this, the fact that she never called, it became less and less likely that she was a runaway. In 2019, an anonymous tip came in to search a couple of tombs. Both of these tombs were, of princesses who had been buried in them. One from 1836, the other from 1840. They searched the first tomb, they opened up the caskets, but then when they did all this, a second mystery came into focus. The tombs were empty. There was no one in them. Which is like, wait a minute, so we got this tip that Emanuela is buried in one of these, but then when we open it, there ain't no one in them. And they honestly have no way of really knowing if these bodies were also stolen. Could have just been a symbolic thing that these tombs were put there, but the remains were never actually put in there from the get-go. Or did someone grave rob them? Did the people who kidnapped Emanuela, for some reason, take these bones? But also, what did they do with Emanuela? So it led to a second mystery, but it did not lead to answers about where she was. They also received tips, I think around 2022 or so, about bones that were found. Initially believed that these may be the bones of Emanuela. However, they were not. They were way not. Based on DNA testing, they were able to determine that those remains, those bones, came from someone who was buried there sometime between 90 and 230 AD. So again, it was another dead end. In 2022, Netflix released a docuseries called Vatican Girl, The Disappearance of Emanuela Orlandi. which I have not watched yet. I had never even knew this existed, so I'm probably going to watch it now at some point, which I imagine this is going to have a bunch more info than what I said here. Emanuela's father passed away in 2004, never knowing what happened to his daughter, never finding her. Her mother is still alive, as are her siblings, who are still fighting to find her. She's got to be out there somewhere. 15-year-old girl just vanishing into thin air in Vatican City is very unusual. She has to be somewhere. The Vatican Prosecutor's Office reopened this case officially in 2023. And so what I can see is that if you have any information on the whereabouts of Emanuela or what may have happened to her, that you are asked to contact the Vatican Prosecutor's Office. You can also contact the Rome Prosecutor's Office because they are also involved in this case. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. Know something. If you saw something, please say something. Please help Emanuela's family bring her home, and also help them get the justice she rightfully deserves. First he got stuck, and then he got burned in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 19-year-old Cody Caldwell. He was described as a decent guy, but he had a recent string of bad luck, and apparently this would lead him to burglary. This particular story took place in Huron, California, and it happened here in this home, and it was November of 2015. I guess Cody had realized that the owners of the home, whom he did not know, were gone. As a matter of fact, they were on vacation. Cody decided to take the opportunity to break into the home to steal. He decided to enter through the chimney, and he got stuck. He had gotten pretty far down the chimney when he just got wedged and he could no longer move. And with nobody home, he was just stuck. That is already a claustrophobic nightmare for me personally. I've covered a few cases just like this. But this one has an added element, because the following day, the owners of the house came home. Cody was probably trying to stay quiet so that they wouldn't catch him. It being November and it being a little chilly outside, that's when they lit a fire. Once the fire basically got going, they heard screaming coming from inside their chimney. The screaming of a man, which in its own right is probably a terrifying thing to hear. Pretty much right away after they heard the screaming, they put the fire out and they could see a young man stuck in the chimney. So they called the fire department. They could not get him out, just by pulling him out. So they had to break down the outer wall of the chimney. Cody had severe burns on his body because he was pretty close to the fire when they lit it. And unbelievably at this point, he was actually still alive and kind of moving. But after a few minutes of trying to safely get him out, it was too late. Cody Caldwell had died. The 19-year-old died from burns to his body, as well as some pretty extreme smoke inhalation. When they interviewed the homeowner, they reiterated that we had absolutely no clue that someone was in our chimney. He made no sounds whatsoever. And that's why they think that he was trying to stay quiet so he wouldn't get caught. Maybe he could find his way out. I don't know exactly how long he was in that chimney though, but it was at least overnight. Not only did they hear screaming when they lit the fire, but their entire house began to fill with smoke. This is just like a horror story in so many different ways. Don't go into chimneys, folks. Like ever.
Hello, scarers! We're gonna start a new series called The Happiest Ghosts on Earth, where we take a look at ghosts that were caught at theme parks.
Well, gosh. Okay, stop. Just stop. So today we're going to take a look at a ghost that was caught on camera at Disneyland during a fireworks show. Some of you may have already seen this. So, here we go. One more time. You'll see it in just a minute again.
Oh! You see him? Oh. Gone.
Oh my! That's some spooky ass shit! Holy footballs, you know?
This was captured on camera, and there does not appear to be a genuine explanation as to what and who that is. Some say it's Walt Disney himself, who died way back in the 60s, coming back to just take a look at all those fireworks. Maybe he's conducting the show. This video was taken back in 2009, and it recently resurfaced again. Some people have commented on the various videos that have been posted about this that that's just a conductor. Why is a conductor on top of the building that close to fireworks, though? I don't know, it seems dangerous to me. But it is Disney. I have talked about many deaths and stuff that have happened there, so... I love you, Disneyland. Will you please give me free tickets to go? I talk about you guys all the time. I swear, it's nothing but good things. I love your theme park very much. I want to go. Really bad. Okay. People have said it's the conductor wearing a camouflage suit of some type. And then when the fireworks lit up the sky, and those fireworks genuinely light up the sky like it's daytime, that's why you can suddenly see him. But if you look in the video towards the end, if you want to watch this video again, or if you have the rewind feature, go back to it, you can see him just slowly vanish. However, I do not believe Disneyland has made any formal comments about who this is. Right now, it's just speculation amongst people on the internet. And we are always reliable. We are the best sources for fact. No, but really, I am, I promise. I just can't prove that's a ghost. But it does look very ghostly to me. So, what do you guys think? Do you think it's a ghost? Do you think it's Walt Disney coming back to be anti-Semitic again, or what? Allegedly.
A severed sheep's head and a note that said, "You next." Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Graham Backhouse. Viewer discretion is advised. This is Graham Backhouse, and this is his wife, Margaret. The two of them lived here on this large farm property, which I believe he inherited from his father, and this was in the town of Horton in England. It was the morning of April 9th, 1984. Margaret Backhouse's vehicle was in the shop, and so she decided to take her husband's vehicle to go out that morning. Immediately after turning the ignition, a loud explosion occurred, which would later be determined to be a bomb that was planted underneath the driver's seat. But because of the materials they used in this particular seat, because of how strong and sturdy it was, it actually took the explosion and pushed it downwards instead of upwards. Which means that Margaret Backhouse, who was rushed to the hospital and spent quite some time there, she would end up recovering. She has several pellets pulled from her body, but she survived. But this was obviously a planted explosive device. So who would do that? And was the intended target Graham? Well, Graham Backhouse tells police who begin to investigate this that he had been the recipient of a long hate campaign. Someone hated him, someone was vilifying him. One morning on the farm property, a worker found a sheep's head that had been severed and stuck to a post. And nailed to that post next to the head was this note that says, "You next." This is the actual note that was recovered. So Graham told police this was the motive, this was the person. Someone didn't like me, so they are trying to kill me. He also showed them notes like this that he had received. It says, "Came twice last week, but the pigs were about see you soon." Obviously with some misspellings here. In terms of other forensic evidence, the shredded part you see up here came from the explosive device found in the car. It was clearly made by some thick, kind of like pipe. On one of the notes, they found the impression of what looks like a doodle. You know, when you're jotting stuff down on a piece of paper or you're taking notes, you tend to like just scribble and doodle random things. They also had evidence like this, where the envelope where one of these threatening notes had been sent, they were able to pull saliva off of the flap. Graham Backhouse told police of an immediate suspect. He informed police, and this is Graham, I can't find a confirmed photo of this individual, but he said a neighbor named Colin Bedale Taylor was likely responsible. Graham and Colin had been in a recent kind of feud. When police searched Bedale Taylor's property, they found a pipe. They lined it up with the piece of fragment they had from the explosive device. Lo and behold, it's a match. So that's pretty incriminating. However, when they searched the back house residence, they found a notepad. And right here, this little outline right here, you can see something. Well, when they did some forensic testing on it, basically like the whole pencil trick, right? They found a doodle on a notepad in the back house residence. And this doodle was found on the "You Next" note. Exact doodle, the impression of it. Meaning the threatening notes, including the one with the severed sheep's head, came from inside the back house residence. So who did this? Because now you have conflicting evidence. You have evidence of the bomb from the neighbor's property, but you have the threatening note originating within the house, the back house residence. While Margaret was still in the hospital recovering, the police had put on a 24-hour surveillance on the home as protection for Graham. But Graham one night said, "All right, I'm done with you guys. I don't need you outside my house anymore." And he actually had the police leave. Lo and behold, that same night, something happened. The police are called. There is a dead man inside the back house residence. Not Graham Backhouse, but that of the remains of the neighbor, Colin Bedale Taylor. I can't find a confirmed actual photo of him, unfortunately. But he had been shot in his chest with a shotgun, which Graham said he did that. He claims that Colin Bedale Taylor entered his home armed with a box cutter and threatened him, and also told Mr. Backhouse directly, "I'm the one who did it. I'm the one who put the bomb there. It was meant for you." And so Graham says in self-defense, he shot and killed him. Graham says that Bedale Taylor managed to cut his face with the box cutter before he was able to fire back. And there is definitely a wound to his face. However, police noticed some things. There was no blood on the shotgun at all. This is after Graham says his face had been bleeding and he had already touched his bloody face with his hands, which should have left some blood residue on the gun. The injury to his face was just constantly dripping blood. It should have been somewhere on the gun, but it wasn't. The drops of blood from this injury were not anywhere near where Colin's body was. Furthermore, they determined that this knife did not even belong to Mr. Bedale Taylor. They found no records of him owning one, never purchasing one. They believe it actually came from within the back house residence. Was Mr. Bedale Taylor lured to the back house residence in order for him to become the fall guy? Basically, was Mr. Backhouse framing Mr. Bedale Taylor? The answer? Yes. You have the doodle impression found on the notepad inside the back house home. You have the pipe conveniently found on the neighbor's property. You had saliva evidence, DNA, on the envelope that allegedly would have come from Mr. Bedale Taylor to Mr. Backhouse. However, the DNA on the flap of this envelope did not match Bedale Taylor. It actually matched Mr. Backhouse. Backhouse deliberately had Margaret take his car that morning, which then led to her being almost blown up. But what was the motive? Well, a tale as old as time. Money. Graham Backhouse and the farm were failing. He was in serious debt. Margaret initially had a £50,000 life insurance policy, which he then eventually doubled shortly before all of this happened. The amount of insurance money would have covered his current debts. So, slowly but surely, he creates a stalker. He creates the threatening notes. He cut off a sheep's head, put it on a post with this note. All for money. He intended to kill his wife that day. He was arrested and charged with the attempted murder, but also of the murder of Mr. Bedale Taylor. He was very easily found guilty and convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Some would call her the first celebrity of true crime. But really, she's just a terrible kumquat. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Greg Smart. Viewer discretion is advised. Greggory Smart was born on September 4th, 1965 in New Hampshire. He grew up in a very kind of well-to-do family, basically like your all-American type family. His dad would recall that they enjoyed going out on the lake together to go fishing. His dad also recalls a time where Greg helped his Little League team win the championship. Sounded like he hit an RBI single. His dad would say, quote, "You talk about a father being proud. I was very proud of him." Greg never got into any serious trouble. In his high school years, he did have a bit of a rocker kind of lifestyle. Longer hair, something like that. Greg would meet Pamela here at a party in 1986. They appear to hit it off almost instantly. They seemed to connect well, they resonated well with one another, and eventually they were inseparable. By 1989, the two of them had gotten married, and they would end up buying a home in Derry, not the Pennywise Dairy, but Derry, New Hampshire. When this case occurs, Greg is 24 years old and he is working for an insurance company. And Pamela was, I guess, the media director here at this high school, Winnicott High School. Everything at first seemed to be going well. But reportedly, about a few months into their marriage, things just started to kind of fall apart. The belief is that Pamela grew tired of Greg's more adult life now because he was sort of done with the rocker thing. He wanted to have a serious profession, which is what he was doing. You know, he wanted to be more mature, more adult, but Pamela wasn't really fond of that. She wanted the rocker side of him back. You know, apparently there were like arguments from time to time, but there was never any indication that anything violent, certainly, would ever happen in this marriage. But one night in 1990, it ended very violently. It was May 1st, 1990. Pamela enters the condo she shared with her husband, Greg, and she notices Greg on the ground. A few feet away from the doorway, Greg is dead. There was blood pooling by his head. So she calls police, they arrive, and unfortunately, Greggory Smart is confirmed deceased. The 24-year-old had died by a single gunshot to his head. The gun was not at the crime scene. Pamela would then play the role somewhat convincingly on the news of the distraught and the devastated wife, not knowing who could have done such a thing to her husband. She actually goes on television and says some specific things. It was probably some jerk who did this. Some jerk drug addict looking for a quick $10. Now, the condo was ransacked, but it was surprising the things that weren't stolen, like at the time, a stereo. Would have been worth a lot of money back then. There were open jewelry boxes, but they really didn't know if anything was actually stolen. Pamela said on the news again that this looked like a botched robbery. Maybe Greggory caught the robber in the middle of this, and so he was shot for it, and then the guy just left and didn't really steal much of anything. I mean, sure, it's not unusual. It's something that has happened many times before, but was that really what happened here? Then, on May 14th, 1990, the Derry Police Department receives a phone call from an anonymous woman stating that Pamela herself was involved in the murder of her husband. The woman who called the police said that it was Pamela's assistant at the school that told her about this. Now, as this is happening, they're getting another bit of information. The father of this young man, J.R. Latima, well, his dad found out that Greggory had been shot and killed. He heard a rumor that Greggory was shot and killed with his gun. So the father checks the gun, and it had been cleaned recently. And so he immediately turns it over to police. It turns out that, in fact, was the gun used to kill Greg Smart, which led to the arrest of his own son, J.R. Latima, which then led to the arrests of 17-year-old Patrick Randall and 17-year-old Billy Flynn. JR was 18, by the way. Well, it turns out that Billy Flynn was the main person here. Once the three of them were arrested with connections to this murder, they basically just flipped. They're like, all right, we're going to tell you exactly what happened here. You see, 22-year-old Pamela had first met Billy Flynn when he was 15 years old. Billy reminded her of the husband that she married. Long hair, loved rock music. And then at one point she asks him, do you ever think about me sexually? It's also revealed that she had invited Billy over to watch a movie called 9.5 Weeks. A very sexually explicit film. Mind you, he's like 15 or 16 years old at that point. Well, Billy tells police that eventually it led to her asking him to kill her husband. She put on the waterworks. She said, I'm going to lose my dog, I'm going to lose my home, I'm going to lose everything if I divorce him. It's just better if he gets killed. Now, Pamela, by the way, eventually she had sex with Billy Flynn. She then threatened him by saying, I will no longer have sex with you if you don't do this for me. So Billy then enlists the help of these two friends, along with another teenager, Raymond Fowler. They confess that on May 1st, 1990, they waited for Greggory to come home, and as he was going inside, they rushed inside after him. Patrick Randall says he held a knife to Greggory's throat. Billy then forced Greggory down to his knees. Billy tells police at that point he says the phrase, God forgive me, and then he pulls the trigger. One gunshot entered the back of Greg's head, killing him instantly. They then ransacked the house to make it look like a robbery gone wrong. On August 1st, 1990, she is arrested at school and charged with the murder. The detective says to her, well, Pam, I have some good news and I have some bad news. The good news is we've solved the murder of your husband. The bad news is you're under arrest. I picture like the David Caruso thing on CSI. Wow! I'm sorry. Her story became a nationwide story very quickly. 22-year-old school employee seducing a 16-year-old boy to kill her husband. It's a tantalizing story. The country became fixated on her. She was really the first genuine true crime celebrity there ever was. In fact, her trial was the very first murder trial ever televised in the United States of America. The prosecution stated that she was looking for a way out that would also benefit her financially, because of course there was a $140,000 life insurance policy. The prosecution also presented other evidence because her assistant at the school agreed to wear a wire to see if they can get her to say anything about the murder. And in those recordings, it was clear that she acknowledged having a part in this. She would say something along the lines of, "This would have been the perfect murder if those stupid teenagers didn't brag about it." The teenage boys who did her dirty work went on the stand. They all testified against her. They all shared the same story, all pointing to Pamela orchestrating this entire thing. This never would have happened had she not ordered it. The jury would come back with a verdict of guilty. Pamela Smart was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Billy Flynn was convicted of second-degree murder and was sentenced to 28 years in prison. He was paroled in 2015. Patrick Randall got a similar sentence and was also paroled in 2015. J.R. and Raymond Fowler were also both convicted, and they were both paroled in 2005. It wasn't until about a year or so ago where Pamela Smart finally admitted her role in the entire thing, as for years she denied having anything to do with it. She is still rotting in a prison cell. Well, apparently she's getting dolled up sometimes, but she will never get out. Just a reminder, a divorce is easier. It may not benefit you financially, but it's easier, I promise. You didn't deserve this, and so I hope she rots. A family in Phoenix, Arizona is asking for the public's help to help locate their missing loved one. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Hailey Kupihea. Viewer discretion is advised. Hailey is 17 years old. She is 5'5", 125 pounds, with short brown hair, blue eyes, and has a nose piercing. According to her family member who posted on Facebook, she was last seen on Monday, July 28th, 2025 at approximately 5:30 p.m. and she was seen getting onto the Phoenix light rail. Her family says that she was barefoot, she had no shoes. Hailey is also a type 1 diabetic, and she only had enough medication on her to last her the night. And if she does not have her medication from beyond that first night, she would need immediate medical attention. Hailey also has some severe mental health issues, which she is also medicated for, but again does not have those on her either. The family also has posted today that they are now officially working with the NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the Phoenix Police Department is also actively working her case. The family says that they have reason to believe that Hailey is quite possibly trying to leave Phoenix or Arizona as a whole to meet with people that she had met online. But she would not be able to do that on her own, so there's a chance that she may have someone helping her, like a friend. Obviously, the family just wants to know that she's safe and she'll be able to get her back home where she can get her medication that she needs. So someone somewhere out there has got to recognize her. This just happened a couple of days ago. It's right in my neck of the woods. If you have any information about Hailey's whereabouts or what may have happened to her, please contact 602-262-6151. And then the reference number is 2025-010-99822. Please help her family at least know that she is safe. This is certainly a freak accident, but I also think it qualifies as worst unusual deaths, number 10. Viewer discretion is advised. And hello, true crimers. Can't forget that. This was 28-year-old Erica Marshall from Ocala, Florida. She had just recently gotten married to her husband, Kieran. The two of them had actually met studying equine sciences. They were both huge lovers of horses. And that's what Erica did. She worked with horses. Specifically, she was an equine therapist. On February 10th, 2012, she was treating a horse, and that required to put the horse inside of a hyperbaric chamber. From what I understand, they're kind of like a pressure chamber, and I know that oxygen is involved, and I honestly don't know all of the sciences behind it. So she sealed the horse inside, and inside were like padded walls, I guess. The horse that she was treating this particular day had been in there about 4 or 5 times before, and Erica was extremely familiar with using this. From what I understand, they did not sedate the horse, which I guess is sometimes common to do. But I believe she made that decision because this horse had no issues in the past. There was like a video link inside, and that's how she was watching what was going on in another room. Now, the walls inside had like a thin layer of padding, and apparently this time, the horse got a little spooked. So it started kicking its hooves against the wall, which actually tore away some of the padding. And it exposed the metal wall of the chamber. And then the horse kicked again. And this time, the metallic horseshoe it was wearing scraped against the metal wall. And it created a spark which immediately ignited the oxygen. And then an explosion that could be heard from 30 miles away. Witnesses said that the debris from the explosion launched like 200 feet into the air. It was found, hundreds of feet away from the building, and this is exactly what it looked like. And this is the chamber right here. The horse, obviously, sadly died immediately. And Erica Marshall, who was just in the room next to it, she died in the explosion. She was so close to where this all happened, so the likelihood is she too died instantly. There was another woman on the property, but she was far away enough that she was able to survive, but she did experience some minor injuries. Erica was described as someone who was just a person who would go above and beyond for anyone, but especially for animals. She never wanted anything for herself because she always wanted to make sure that the animals were taken care of, and the people in her life as well. She died while doing something that she was extremely passionate about, helping animals. Her husband said that Erica wouldn't want anyone fussing about all of this, but she definitely deserves the fuss. A fire ravages through a hotel, and to this day they are still wondering who done it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Hotel Ozark arson. Viewer discretion is advised. So this is the only confirmed photo I can find of the Hotel Ozark, which was located in Seattle, Washington. When this occurred in 1970, the Hotel Ozark had been around for about 60 years or so. It was primarily a wooden building, and it consisted of 5 floors. So when this occurred, the hotel was actually being utilized a lot for the homeless community, giving them room and board. There was also a lot of older people who lived there who may not be able to afford living on their own. The Seattle Fire Department had actually been called to the hotel on I think 6 or 7 different occasions for inspections. And all of this was within like a year prior to this occurring. It was March 20th, 1970. At approximately 2:30 in the morning, the Seattle Fire Department is called about a fire at the Hotel Ozark. The hotel, with around 60 rooms, had 42 of those rooms occupied that night. Eventually, 14 fire trucks would arrive on scene, consisting of roughly 100 firefighters. As they are fighting the fire, people do manage to escape from the hotel. This is an image of a man being comforted by a passerby on the street. They were able to put ladders up against one of the walls to get people out of the hallways and some of the rooms on the lower floors. The fire appeared to be strongest in the upper floors. And because of that, there were people who were seen jumping out of the building. So they would jump and fall about 5 stories. It took roughly 50 minutes to an hour to get the fire to go out. When the smoke had settled, they found 19 bodies inside. One person was badly injured and near death, was rushed to the hospital, where they too would end up passing away. 20 people died in that fire, and there were at least 14, maybe 15 severe injuries, but obviously they recovered. There was actually a very minimal amount of people who were able to escape the building completely unscathed. Pretty quickly on to the investigation, they realized that this was not an accidental fire. Someone set this deliberately. This was done by an arsonist who murdered 20 people. Was that their intention? Who knows? But when you set a building on fire, you obviously have to expect you're going to kill some people. The building was completely decimated when it was all said and done. They were able to determine that the arson started in 2 separate points in the building. So they don't know if this was one person who did this or if 2 people were involved. But because it happened at around 2 to 2:30 in the morning, or 2:30 in the morning is when people actually called in about the fire, everyone's going to be asleep for the most part. So this person could have, or persons could have snuck in without being detected. So the two locations where the fire was started was on one of the main staircases, and the other was in the second floor hallway towards the rear of the building. This would actually end up collapsing the top 2 floors of the building. The deaths were primarily smoke inhalation and people who had burned to death. There were a couple of people who died from like blunt force injuries because they maybe fell from too high or something caused them to, hit their head to die. Over the course of their investigation, they did reportedly question roughly 5 people, but none of those people were ever arrested, indicted, or charged or anything. They still have no idea why the fire was set. Was this someone who had a grudge against maybe the hotel owner? Was this just a sick person who just said, you know what, randomly, I'm going to burn this building down? Was there a financial motive? Was someone in the hotel that maybe this person wanted to take care of? They had absolutely no idea. What they do know is that regardless of the motive, this was a sick maniac who did this. And sadly, it's 2025 now, this case remains unsolved. Never having any prominent suspects or persons of interest, no one really ever kind of came to front and center of like, okay, I think this guy's the one. It's a complete and utter mystery. This fire would end up leading to some severe changes in building codes. The biggest code changes through legislation they made were now any hotel that are basically up to 5 stories or higher, they have to have fireproof staircases or fire-resistant staircases. They also had to have sprinklers, and the doors had to be, at least the emergency exit doors, had to be fire resistant as well. After another fire occurred, not too long after this one, they would basically add to the new codes they put into play by saying now it applies to buildings or hotels that are 3 stories or less. It also affected hotels where they took a lot of homeless people in, like the Hotel Ozark, that because of these new ordinances and this new legislation, some hotels, their top floors now had to be considered condemned, and they could not use those rooms legally, which meant that homeless people can no longer go inside. And so it actually helped increase the homeless population. Part of me wonders is maybe the homeless thing, is that maybe one of the reasons why the fire was set? Maybe a radical person out there is like, I don't like that, so I'm going to burn the hotel down. I don't like these certain people, getting handouts or whatever the case may be. It's a possibility, I don't know for sure, but all that's known is 20 people died that day. Died in a pretty horrific way. Burning to death or smoke inhalation, suffocation. This is like 55 or so years ago. The person who did this could very well still be alive. If they were especially a younger person, they may only be in their late 60s or early 70s, but possibly in their 80s or 90s, and they may still be out there. And even if that person goes to prison for just 1 year, it's just a victory to catch the one who did this, or the ones. And so you never know. Maybe one day, someone out there will have the information that will help solve this case. And these 20 victims will maybe, hopefully, possibly, get the justice they very rightfully deserve.
Worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. Hello, true crimerers. This was 26-year-old James Thim from Beatrice, Nebraska. He was a member of the Yahweh cult in Rulo, Nebraska, which was, oh Jesus, fucking Children of the Corn vibes over here. The cult was led by Michael Ryan, and their base of operations was this farmhouse that was owned by a man named Rick Stice. This was a small chapter of the Yahweh cult. It had roughly 20 to 25 members. Well, Michael Ryan here says he was told by God to murder James Thim, who had recently been demoted in the cult to the slave title. Well, murder him by torturing him. And what better activity is there to bond with your son? So he got the help of his teenage son, Dennis Ryan. This is where I remind you again, viewer discretion is advised. This is a very triggering thing. You see, the owner of the farm, Rick Stice, was also recently demoted to a slave. Thim was told to sexually assault Rick Stice. Oh, and then Rick Stice was told to do the same thing to his own 5-year-old son, Luke. And they forced Luke to return the act. 5-year-old Luke would end up being killed by Michael Ryan when he pushed him too many times into a desk. Thim was strung up by chains in a shed. They kicked him repeatedly, bullwhipped him, and this stuff went on for days, by the way. Michael Ryan, he forced James to bend over a crate, and he shoved a shovel handle up. Later, the autopsy report would show that the shovel handle went at least 2 feet into his body. Michael and his son Dennis would repeatedly sexually assault him to the point where it actually ruptured his rectal area. They then again went back to whipping him, and then Michael Ryan took out a gun and shot his fingertips off. Then they took a razor blade, and while he was still alive, they slowly sliced the skin off of his legs. And he screamed in horrible, bloody agony. Michael Ryan then jumped on top of his chest repeatedly until James would die. Him and 5-year-old Luke were dumped into unmarked graves. Michael Ryan was sentenced to death for this. He died in 2015 of cancer. And his son, Jebediah over here, he only got 12 years in prison due to a legal technicality. He roams free.
3, 2, 1, see ya!
This is another worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. I want to preface this by saying that I'm going to show you a full video, but nothing whatsoever graphic is seen for educational purposes only. So yeah, just a heads up. So this is the El Capitan Peak, which is in Yosemite Park in California. At some point, I believe in 1999, a man had jumped off of the peak and he was base jumping. The man successfully did his jump. He landed safely, but then park rangers chased him, and so he ends up drowning in a river and he dies. Base jumping there is actually banned because obviously it's considered a very extreme, dangerous sport. Enter Jan Davis. She is 60 years old at the time this story happens in 1999. In October of 1999, her, along with 3 other base jumpers, would protest the ban of base jumping there. They would each jump from El Capitan and land below. And the agreement they had with park rangers is that when they landed, they would turn themselves in and they would turn in all of their gear. Jan Davis had a lot of really good gear and she did not want to surrender it over to them. So she used borrowed gear. And from what I understand, what it looks like is that this was a non-wingsuit base jump. So I'm going to show you the full video. It's about 45 seconds long. Again, you see absolutely nothing graphic, no gore, no blood, nothing. So again, educational purposes only. Consider this to be like a cautionary tale. The ironic part is they were doing this protest to show that base jumping from this peak is safe. Well,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, see ya! Yeah, nice. Poor woman. Dude, she's got problems, man. Dude, she's got big chewing in. Oh my God. What? She went in? What the fuck?
this was a 3,200-foot drop. Because she was using a borrowed pack, I don't know if she inspected it. Obviously, I'm guessing she didn't. But her parachute didn't open. She was likely tugging and pulling at everything to get that thing to open, but it never did. It had malfunctioned. And so basically, Jan Davis jumped from 3,200 feet and fell directly to her death. Now, I talked about, the 9/11 jumpers the other day in a video, whereas a quick 10 to 12 second fall from about 90 to 100 stories, you're not always going to die from, a cardiac event, just given how quickly it is. I was reading about that kind of thing, and I guess it's not as common as people used to think. Now, in situations like this, where the fall is from such a great height, like maybe you're parachuting from a plane, I think there is a much higher percentage of you dying from some sort of cardiac event because you are free falling for a much longer time. But it sounds like it's kind of just sort of dependent on the person as well. But no one knows. No one knows if she knew what was happening. Because in her mind, she's jumping and she thinks the chute's gonna work. Then it gets to a point where I'm not sure how far down, but it doesn't work. So was there enough time, and maybe a medical professional who knows these things can further elaborate, but does a person from that situation, do they die of a cardiac event out of, fear and shock? I always hope that that is definitely the case. I hope that these people who fall from this type of height, I hope they're not, it's got to be horrifying. So the answer is I don't know. I don't know if they're alive until the very end in cases like this. With the 9/11 jumpers, you had people who literally witnessed and heard people screaming until they hit the ground. People were flailing their limbs around. People made eye contact with a couple of the jumpers, that their eyes were open. Obviously, she didn't inspect the pack. And the ironic part is that they were doing this protest to show that it was safe. Wouldn't you want to, safeguard it? Not wanting to give up your gear, though, it's just it's your gear, you know it and you trust it. Sure, you have to give it up to park rangers, but you know it's safe. You're jumping from 3,200 feet up in the air. I don't know, man. It's just, I hope in situations like this that they're not aware of what's coming for very long. Obviously, once the person hits the ground, it's immediately lights out. They probably don't feel a thing, but it's still a really horrific experience, I'm sure. Viewer discretion advised. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jermaine Martin. Viewer discretion is advised. So this actually happened a little over a week ago. It was August 9th, 2025, and this is in Chicago, specifically in the Gage Park neighborhood, which is at or near the 5400 block of South Kedzie Avenue. It occurred at 3:29 a.m. The video I showed at the beginning is literally this individual in the street being murdered, because the individual was struck by this incoming car and they were rushed to the near Mount Sinai Hospital, where they unfortunately were pronounced deceased. He was identified as 22-year-old Jermaine Martin. Now, before anyone comes on here and says, oh, what was he doing in the middle of the street? The police have stated that Jermaine was nowhere even close to being in the wrong here. He was very legally using the crosswalk to get across the street. According to police, it sounds like that this vehicle either sped up to get through a yellow light or just blatantly ran a red light. The police have said that the driver was in the wrong. I can't believe I even have to stress this in today's world, but once again, Jermaine was not in the wrong. If you watch the video, which I will link below so you can go back to the original source, Jermaine walks about halfway through the street. He notices the car coming, so he kind of steps back and waits. Then he notices that the car literally begins to swerve towards him. At that point, he tries to run across the street because he's about to get hit by a car. But then the driver of the vehicle then veers back towards Jermaine. It's pretty subtle, but it's definitely obvious. This person went out of their way to hit him. What it looks like to me is one of two things. This driver knowingly and willingly crashed into the 22-year-old with the intent of harming him, or maybe he was doing some sort of scare tactic, swerving back and forth just to kind of mess with Jermaine, which then just ended really badly. Either way, the driver of this vehicle murdered Jermaine Martin. This kid right here, he's dead, he's gone, and he did nothing wrong. Car is described as a silver Toyota 4Runner. Again, according to police, that it was heading northbound when they ignored a traffic signal and went through the crosswalk. There is not a very clear image of the driver. It doesn't sound like they were able to pick up any license plate numbers, and so they're hoping that someone recognizes this car. Maybe you have a friend who drives a silver Toyota 4Runner, and maybe you noticed some front-end damage to the car. Maybe a dent, maybe blood. And maybe you didn't even know this story occurred. Well, now you do if you're seeing this. This person is a killer. If you know who this person is, you have got to come forward immediately. If you need to remain anonymous, you can. And I forgot to mention this part. The vehicle, they believe, is somewhere between a 2014 and 2024 model. If you have any information on this case, please call the Chicago Police Department at, and this is the 9th District, I believe, 312-747-8227. The secondary number is 312-747-5329. If you know something, if you saw something, please say something. A young man is dead. Someone killed him. Please, if you know something, come forward. She was killed on Mother's Day in front of her child. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jessica Edwards. Viewer discretion is advised. Jessica Connie Sue Edwards was actually born in Jamaica. She was born on January 4th, 1991. She was one of three direct children in the family. She would also end up having multiple half-siblings. But when she was 7 years old, the family moved from Jamaica to the States. And eventually, she would settle here in Hartford, Connecticut. In 2009, she would graduate from East Hartford High School. She would then go right into Manchester Community College, and that's actually where she got her associate's degree in early childhood education. And by the time this case happened, she had literally just finished her schooling to become a respiratory therapist, and she was actually set to graduate from that a month after this all happened. Unfortunately, she never got to that graduation. Jessica was also a loving and caring and wonderful mother. She had a 7-month-old baby when this occurred, and she loved her child more than anything. Jessica was a great person. She was always kind to everyone. She saw the good in everyone, but sadly, someone would take her from the world. In May of 2021, Jessica would be reported missing. Her family had not seen or heard from her. And so they report her missing and they begin searching for her all over, but they are having no luck finding her. Now, it was her family, like I said, that reported her missing. Later that same day, her husband, 22-year-old Taj Hutchinson, also reported her missing. The search for Jessica would last about 2 weeks. 2 weeks after she was reported missing at the Hockanum River Linear Park, a very densely wooded area, a body was found. It was the decomposing body of a woman. The coroner and the Hartford police were able to soon identify the woman as 30-year-old mother, Jessica Edwards. The coroner said that her cause of death was asphyxia by compression of torso and neck. When her body was found, her husband, 22-year-old Taj Hutchinson, was arrested and charged with her murder. He would go on to confess to killing her. I don't know how factual his story is, but he states that on Mother's Day, May 10th, 2021, Taj and Jessica got into an argument over the fact that he bought her guinea pigs for Mother's Day, which led to this loud altercation where he claims that Jessica struck him over the head with a laptop. He also says that she then grabs a knife and the two of them wrestle over the knife. Then he gets her to the ground where he puts his knee on her neck and her chest. By the way, this is all happening in front of their 7-month-old baby while he's awake. Taj did not get up off of her until she stopped moving, until she stopped breathing. He then told police that he put her body into the back of their SUV and he just got to the furthest densely wooded area he could find and he just dumped her like she was a bag of garbage. But it sounds like there was a history of domestic violence coming from Taj and inflicted upon Jessica. So again, I don't know how much they believe his actual story, but he did kill her. He would end up being convicted of her manslaughter, is what they went with. He got 20 years in prison for manslaughter, 3 years for risk of an injury to a child, and 4 years for tampering with evidence. So 27 total years, which means that he would be released at some point during his 50s. And now a child has to grow up without their mother and without their father. And it didn't need to happen. It shouldn't have happened. But sadly it did. But thankfully she got the justice that she very rightfully deserved. Family in Washington State is asking for the public's help to locate their missing loved one. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jonathan Huang. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a very recent and ongoing case. Jonathan Huang is 21 years old, and he is also autistic. He and his family live in the Arlington, Washington area. On March 30th, 2025, Jonathan seemed to vanish, and no one has seen him since. He apparently left his house without alerting anyone. He also did not take his cell phone with him, and he didn't even bring like a jacket or a sweater. From what I understand, they believe he has his iPad on him, but I don't know if they've been able to like find it or locate it or anything. He was officially reported missing to the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office on March 31st, 2025. Obviously, the family is very concerned because he gave no indications that he was planning to do anything like this. And it was looking like he just fell off the face of the earth until police were notified of an image that was captured on CCTV. This is an image from someone's doorbell camera in Kirkland, Washington. It is the image of a younger looking male who seems to be maybe lost or looks confused and kind of like goes back and forth for a second but then walks away. And I believe this is also him right there. So this is specifically at the locations are on 105th and 114th Lane and 111th and 105th Avenue Northeast. The street addresses of both images here are both on Northeast 114th Lane in Kirkland. So this is an older image of him wearing a blue shirt. And just by looking at obviously the shirt, but also like the posture, it really does look like him. I don't know if they've officially confirmed it's him or not, but it does sound like they believe that that is more than likely him. I'm obviously not familiar with the area, but Arlington down to Kirkland is about a 39-mile trek. How Jonathan would have gotten himself all the way down there, I don't know if they figured that out yet. They think that he is likely disoriented and he's just trying to find his home, but he can't. But it does give hope that he is still safe or alive at least, and somebody out there has to recognize him. So the family is now asking, anyone who lives in Kirkland, and maybe you live in those cross streets, those streets that he was last seen on, maybe you can check your footage, see if you found anything. This was June 23rd, 2025. And that footage was captured sometime between 11:30 p.m. and midnight of June 23rd. If he is just out there wandering around, hopefully someone will spot him and contact the authorities immediately. You are asked if you do see him, depending on where you're at, to just call 911 to report that you found a missing person. You can also reach out to the Facebook group, which is Help Us Find Jonathan Huang, Endangered and Missing Person. You can also submit a tip to the phone number 1-800-222-8477. There's a website called findjonathan.com. There are plenty of ways to inform the authorities that you may have seen him or you currently have him in your sight. There is a $100,000 reward. Someone somewhere out there has got to know where he is. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, please reach out to any of the multiple ways I have provided, and hopefully Jonathan can be reunited with his family, alive and safe. 40 years after her brutal murder, her killer was finally caught. This case takes us to Everett, Washington, and the date was June 2nd, 1984. The Everett, Washington Fire Department gets a call about a fire at 35th Street and Rucker Avenue in an apartment building. The fire seems to have been contained to one particular apartment, and once the flames were put out, unfortunately, they found a body. It was the body of a 42-year-old woman named Judy Weaver. It wasn't the fire that killed her. So Judy had been tied up, I believe with a phone cord and also a piece of fabric. It appeared that she had been beaten, but her cause of death ultimately was strangulation. Then the fire was set. They believe the origin point was on her bed, and the fire was obviously to try to get rid of the evidence. The fire was a clear-cut case of arson. So I guess on her bed they found this Pond's cold cream jar, and it's believed that a paper towel had been stuck into it and lit on fire to set the fire. And from what I understand, Judy had also been raped, and nobody understood why this happened to Judy. Judy had lived her entire life in Everett, Washington, and at one point she co-owned a little cafe called the Bell Ness. This was located on Hewitt Avenue there in Everett. She worked there with her mom and one of her daughters. Judy was a mother to two daughters. By the time this happened, I believe they were both young adults on their own at that point. Judy, pictured here on the far left, was kind of a staple in the community. It was a much smaller community back then. Always known as a very sweet, kind, and caring person. Would never hurt a fly, just a respectable person. And to think of this horrible thing that was done to her, it's what evil truly is. On the night of June 1st, 1984, she was working at the Bell Nest Cafe. She got off of work and then was soon afterwards seen at the local Dairy Queen, where she purchased an ice cream. There is a unsubstantiated report that Judy was seen potentially leaving the Dairy Queen with a young man, and it appeared she knew this man. It doesn't sound like that has ever been corroborated. And then shortly after midnight, her home is found on fire, her body inside, tied up, beaten, strangled, and raped. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses who saw or heard anything. They had forensic evidence, but back in 1984, there wasn't much they could do with it. No one knew who this man was she was seen leaving with, if she actually did leave with the man at the Dairy Queen. They questioned the men in her life. They got nowhere. They got tips, they got some leads, but they all dried up. Judy's murder looks like it was going to become a cold case, and that's unfortunately what it became. But this is one of those cases that's going to tell you, please always hold out for hope. That cases like this, no matter how old they are, can still be solved. Because 40 years after her murder, it was solved. This is a photo of a man named Mitchell Gaff. Mitchell Gaff was a lifelong sexual predator. Their therapists would diagnose him as being a sexual sadist. He had gone through years and years of treatment for this. When Judy was killed, he was 26 years old. He lived with his mother in Everett, relatively close to Judy's home. There was zero indications that he and Judy even knew each other and had never met before. Just 2 months after Judy's murder, he was caught and arrested after he broke into someone's house and raped a teenage girl. After he was convicted for that, he would go on to admit that he had sexually assaulted numerous other women. Stated that there were times where he was trying to sexually assault women 10 to 30 times a day. A day. He would admit to cruising around just looking for random women to rape. He had been sentenced to a state special commitment center on McNeil Island. Then after 2 decades of that, he would be moved to some kind of like halfway house type thing, where he still required round-the-clock supervision. In 2006, they said he was ready to be basically back out in the world. But it was going to be like a slow process. I guess it was going to take several years to get him back into society. But like a year or so after they had started this process, he had been caught with like 50 tapes of like Girls Gone Wild and porn stuff, and he was legally not supposed to be seeing any of that stuff. They found hundreds of DVDs, CDs, floppy disks. Was put back into the jail or prison system. Eventually in 2016, 2017 or so, he is released from prison. He is allowed to change his name, but is required to register as a level 3 sex offender, which basically means he was a high risk to reoffend. And then finally, DNA that was reprocessed from Judy Weaver's case would link back to him because he had to surrender his DNA for obvious reasons. It just took time to take the evidence from Judy's case, put it back into everything, and get a match. This is what he looked like closer to that time frame. I believe he broke into her house through a window and basically just waited for her to get home, where he then raped her, beat her, strangled her, tied her up, and set her apartment on fire. His official arrest for Judy's murder, happened in 2024. I don't know all the specific details, though, about the DNA process they took with this case, in terms of like what items had DNA. They haven't really made a lot of that information public because he hasn't gone to trial yet. But he has been charged with kidnapping, burglary, rape, and murder. He has officially pled not guilty, but again, his trial has not started yet. A loving mother was ripped away from her family, violently, and for no reason. The only thing Judy was guilty of was just living in her home. He didn't know her, she didn't know him. Sadly, he had several victims before her, and he had victims after her. Now, of course, he is innocent until proven guilty. I just hope that one day, very, very soon, Judy and her daughters finally get the justice for her that she very rightfully deserves.
She broke into the house and I didn't have time to answer the phone, so I... Do you know who the man is? I'm like, no, I don't know who it was. Is he still in there? I don't think so.
What you just heard was the voice of a liar. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kelly McCollum and Matthew Zenrock. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 38-year-old Kelly McCollum, and this was her 22-year-old boyfriend, Matthew Zenrock. And this was Kelly's 16-year-old daughter, Julia Grace Egler. Lived here in this home in Palm Bay, Florida. Just after midnight on July 7th, 2024, 911 receives this call.
She broke into the house and I didn't have time to answer the phone, so I... Do you know who the man is? I'm like, no, I don't know who it was. Is he still in there? I don't think so. I waited. I hid in my room for like a really long time. I don't even know how long it's been.
Okay, you don't know how long it's been?
I'm not sure.
What did he look like?
It's hard to remember, but I think he had, like, I don't know, like, he was normal height, I guess. If I had to guess, maybe like 5'8", I don't know. And
is he black, white, Hispanic?
I'm not sure. I think I didn't really look that good. I only got like,
what did he do once he got into your house?
16-year-old Julia Egler made that 911 call. Her mom and her mom's boyfriend were dead. Kelly had been shot numerous times. Matthew had also been shot and was also stabbed numerous times. He was found in the bathroom, and she was found in the living room. 16-year-old Julia says that at one point that night she was home by herself in her room when she heard the sounds of someone possibly breaking into the house. So she runs into her mom's room, she grabs a gun that her mom had, goes back to her bedroom and closes and locks her door. Then at some point later, she says that she hears her mom and the boyfriend enter the home. Then she hears the sound of an altercation, some screaming, some gunshots, chaos. She waits about an hour and then calls 911. She claims that she had finally got the courage to leave her room and she found her mom and the boyfriend. At the crime scene, they found the bloody knife. They also found bloody shoe impressions were the same size and design as the 16-year-old girl's shoes. They also found broken glass on top of one of the bodies. And she stated that she believes this intruder entered their home through the window and broke the glass. Well, if the glass is on top of one of the bodies, that would mean that the body was there before the glass. Because she had stated that her mom and the boyfriend were out shopping, then came home after she heard the sounds of someone breaking in. Her story wasn't adding up. Not to mention that they checked several different mounted cameras that were looking directly at this house or near it. They did not find a single moment where anyone approached that house, other than the people who live there. No one running, no one getting into a car, nothing. They quickly determined that the 16-year-old girl was lying. She's brought in for questioning to the police station, and she initially still denies having anything to do with it, but when they pressured her and say, listen, we have all of this evidence, she finally caved in. She would confess that while her mother and the boyfriend were out shopping, she gathered up the gun and the knife and waited for the two of them to come home. And when the two of them finally entered the home, the teenage girl said to them, "Welcome home." Then she opened fire on both her mom and the boyfriend. The boyfriend managed to get himself down the hall into the bathroom where she followed him and then stabbed him repeatedly, killing both of them. Allegedly, Julia said she was really unhappy with the 16-year age difference between her mother and the boyfriend. That being said, he never caused any harm to the mother or to her. By all accounts, he was a good dude. She was a good mom. I mean, you can see several pictures of the two of them they seem like a really good mother-daughter duo. Julia also stated that her and her mom had been getting into a lot of arguments. However, specifically what her motive was has not really been given to the public. They've only really said that the two of them had some heated arguments about different topics that eventually boiled over, which led to this. And she planned it. I mean, if you think about it, this was premeditated. She got the gun and the knife ready to go and waited for them to come home and had a little catchphrase to say and everything. To go along with her own confession, they also have the shoe impressions, they have fingerprints, they have a slew of physical evidence all pointing to her being the one to do this. So the 16-year-old has been indicted and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, basically saying that these were premeditated murders. Not to mention the fact she tried to cover it up. She made a fake 911 call. She staged the crime scene poorly, but innocent until proven guilty. The indictment came officially in December of 2024, and as of right now, there is no current trial date set. But, I mean, to me, it sounds like a pretty slam dunk thing. And so hopefully these two will very soon get the justice they both rightfully deserve. She was abandoned at sea, and the diving company had the nerve to blame her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Laurel Silver-Valker. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Laurel Silver-Valker was 45 years old. She was a resident of California, and she was a mother to 2 kids. Laurel was a special education teacher. It's something she absolutely loved doing. And something else she loved doing was diving. She had picked up diving about 16 years prior to this story happening, and she immediately fell in love with the ocean. Her friends would say that diving became her life, especially since that Laurel had been diagnosed some years prior with fibromyalgia, and she was constantly in pain, and being in the water was basically like physical therapy for her. It made her feel comfortable again. They described her as a mermaid or underwater Spider-Man. Sounds like Laurel was just a really fun-loving, very silly person. She just lived her life. She didn't let things get her down. At the time, she was engaged to be married to this man here named Tom Gordon, madly in love with one another. They had a great relationship. Everyone said that they were a perfect item. They would go to Renaissance festivals together. They would go to these Renaissance festivals anytime they could. But unfortunately for Tom and her 2 children, she will never go to a Renaissance festival ever again. Pictured here is the Santa Catalina Island in California. On December 29th, 2016, Laurel would hop aboard a vessel, which was run by a company called Sundiver. It's actually a company she worked with many times before. They knew her, she knew them, which makes this more baffling. Laurel had done this was actually her 1,000th dive. Not all with this company, but just overall. So they go out to this area called Ship Rock, and Laurel and a couple other people who were there went diving. And then everyone boards the boat and they go to a different location. Well, not everyone. Laurel never got back on the boat. According to the captain on board, they got to the second location and realized that Laurel's gear wasn't on the boat. So they noticed that her gear wasn't there, but not her. They claim that once they noticed, they turned around and went back to that first location. But when they got there, there was no sign of Laurel. I don't know the time frame in which they realized and went back. I don't know if it was like hours or what. I'm not sure. Laurel's name, for whatever reason, apparently wasn't on the manifest. The thing is that one of the people working on the boat for the Sundiver company, they remembered Laurel going into the water on the first stop. So they visually knew she was there. They knew who she was. She had worked with them many times. And yet somehow they didn't realize when she didn't get back on. At any rate, once they don't find her, they report her missing. Dives would be conducted to see if they can locate her. They searched a very large area. They would use 30 to 40 different divers over the course of 2 or 3 weeks. They never found a single trace of her. Not her or her gear. And eventually the searches would end and no Laurel. Laurel has never been found. Eventually, Laurel's family would end up suing the Sundiver company, and it wasn't even the first time they have left someone behind. Another diver years prior had been left behind, and he was basically treading water for about 5 or 6 hours before, a ship with Boy Scouts on it came across him and rescued him. So it wasn't even Sundiver who found him, and there would be, I think, lawsuits with that. Now, according to one report, Sundiver wasn't even supposed to be operating their business due to a tax issue, and yet they continued to run the business anyway. So these are some quotes from one of the attorneys representing Sundiver. This is in regards to Laurel. They would ask the lawyer who is responsible for Laurel's death, because at this point she is declared dead. The attorney said, quote, "Good question. Not my clients. I think it's just an unfortunate accident." The lawyer also said that diving is inherently dangerous and Laurel was in no shape to dive that day. Laurel had half-hour sleep the night before. That is not conducive to a safe dive. The attorney says that Laurel made multiple risky decisions. She was diving without any buoyancy vest that day. She was not diving with a buddy, and she was going deep, and she had no surface signaling device. Which tells me that the Sundiver knew she was diving without a partner. They knew she wasn't wearing a buoyancy vest. They knew she was there. They saw her. They helped her into the water. And then they left her. And then God knows what happened to her. You can't tell me that they knew all of these specifics that the lawyer said was her fault. but then also at the same time didn't know she didn't get back on the boat. I don't know what a buoyancy vest does, if I'm being honest. And I know you're supposed to go diving with partners, at least that's recommended. But for that company to take zero responsibility for leaving her behind, that's asinine to me. If you want to say she's at fault, well, guess what? So is that company. The captain who was on that boat that day, the staff, it's also their fault. To say so confidently, well, I know it's not my client's fault, is insane. I know that her family, mainly her sons, had filed the lawsuit. I'm just not sure if they were awarded anything or not. Now, that previous person, that diver that was left behind by Sun Diver, they also filed a lawsuit and they won about $1.6 million. You know that the ship's captain that day that Laurel went missing, I believe they had their license taken away. But Sun Diver is still in operation to this day. Her sons would say that the ocean was truly her home, and that there is some peace knowing that that is her final resting place. She lived and died for the ocean. Their one and only suspect was found dead on his property. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Leslie Ann Conrad. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to Wolfville, which is in Nova Scotia, Canada. That is where 46-year-old mother of four, Leslie Ann Conrad, lived. Leslie was born in December of 1960. Leslie was described as empathetic, dependable. She was an incredibly compassionate person, and more importantly, she was a very devoted mother. Her entire life became raising her kids. They meant everything to her. Leslie loved sports, she loved to travel, she loved cooking, and I guess she had a knack for making her own clothes from time to time. She was just someone that was really loved. And unfortunately, someone took her from the world. Leslie Conrad was last seen on October 5th, 2006. This, I guess, is a few days before Canadian Thanksgiving. Her family noticed she was missing when she didn't respond or come to any functions, and so they would end up calling her husband, Kevin. Kevin, who I cannot find a confirmed photo of, did not report his wife missing. He actually told the family she went for a walk and she just hasn't come back. Oh, okay, well, we'll report her missing then, I guess. So her own husband did not report her missing. Leslie and her husband lived on a farm property, and when she was reported missing, police would do a cursory search of the property. They were only able to do so much, though, with the warrants they were given. However, on their property, they found nothing. They obviously interviewed Kevin, because he's going to be kind of like your prime suspect. He is the husband. And they interviewed people in her life, family, friends, colleagues. But none of that was leading to finding her. But then, 2 months later, police obtained a warrant to search Kevin's parents' property, and that's how they found a body buried in a shallow grave. When they dug up the body, they could tell this was the body of a woman. However, a coroner would have to determine exactly who she is and how she died. They were able to confirm that the body they found was that of Leslie Conrad. They did not release the specifics on how she died. However, they did say that this is definitely a murder. Her life was ended by someone else. And so now this is a homicide case. Now, Leslie's kids are now having to deal with that. They're now having to grow up without their mom. It was actually one of her daughters. This is obviously a newer photo of them. One of her daughters was the one to basically instigate finding their mom, because they had told family, like, hey, listen, mom hasn't been home. We don't know where she is, which then led to Leslie's brother calling police to report her missing. Her daughters have been fighting ever since that day to find justice for their mom. Who could have done this and why? Well, the authorities did have a suspect, and pretty much they've only ever had one suspect. Leslie's husband, Kevin. They thought it was very suspicious that he did not report his wife missing despite him saying she went out for a walk and just never came home. He seemed to be very flippant and very passive about her missing. After her body was found on his family's property, he basically would not come back in for a second interview. He willingly came in for a first one, but after the body was found, he's like, nope, I'm getting a lawyer. He tried reaching out to Kevin numerous occasions by phone. He never responded. They do eventually arrest Kevin and charge him with charges connected to this case. However, they pretty much had to drop those because they had no physical evidence connecting him directly to her murder. There were also drug charges on top of this. I'm not sure what came of that, but in terms of the murder, he had to be released. and he was released on bail at that point. And then the years just go by. Her children are still no closer to finding out who did this, or I should say at least no closer to getting justice. It really does feel like they only considered Kevin to be the suspect here. The fact that Leslie's body was found on her father-in-law's property, on Kevin's dad's property, I mean, that's 1 + 1 is 2. But that was not enough evidence to arrest him and charge him with the murder, or anyone on that property. And I think what Kevin's family was like insinuating was that her body wasn't found like directly in a central part of the property. It was found kind of slightly off the property in a wooded area, but it was right next to it. And it's still considered the property owned by Kevin's parents. Whether she was found directly in the middle of the property or literally just outside of it, it doesn't matter. That's a giant red flag. What are the odds of some random person maybe kidnapping her and murdering her and then dumping her body right by her family member's property? Fast forwarding to 2023. Kevin Conrad was working on an excavator on his property when suddenly he just died. And this property, by the way, that Kevin died on is the same property that Leslie's body was found right next to or on. Police did not suspect foul play in Kevin's death, and the coroner would confirm that. Kevin Conrad died of natural causes at the age of 64. And whatever answers he had about exactly what happened to Leslie died with him. I assume that his parents had been talked to when this all went down in 2006. And I don't know if they believe that they had any involvement in this, but really it was just Kevin that was their suspect. It was just him. And if he was the one to kill Leslie, he got away with it. Leslie's daughters, who were all fairly young when this occurred, will always remember their mom. They will remember her for her compassion, her love, will remember her for being the best mom they could possibly have. Now, the odds of getting justice are probably pretty slim, but at least the man who did it, allegedly, is gone. However, the case is still considered open and unsolved. There is always that chance that she was killed by someone else or more people were involved. There is actually still a cash reward of $150,000 for any information that would help lead to catching her murderer. If you have any information on the murder of Leslie Ann Conrad, please call 1-888-710-9090. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lila Hood. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really know much about Lila. I know that she was born on September 17th, 1949, and at the time this case occurred, she's living in Fulton, Mississippi. I can see that she had at least 4 siblings, and her previous husband had died in 1991. But it sounds like when this case occurred, she is remarried to a man named Lewis. Lila and Lewis actually owned a construction business out there in Fulton, Mississippi. One of their employees was this man here, Michael Wilburn. On December 30th, 1995, Michael Wilburn ends up quitting his job. He then comes back about a week later to collect his paycheck. I'm not sure what caused the argument, but an argument ensued. And it sounds like the argument was with Lila. Fast forwarding to February of 1996, Lila Hood goes missing. Sadly, 2 days later, she was found deceased. Lila had been beaten and shot to death with a .25 caliber. Michael Wilburn was basically the #1 suspect in this. And on the day her body was found, Michael Wilburn was actually arrested for something totally different. It was for like a shoplifting charge, something really basic. But once they had him in custody, they were very quickly able to link him to Lila Hood's murder. And it doesn't sound like there was any doubt, like he was the guy. However, before a trial could happen, he escaped. Specifically, he escaped from the Itawamba County Jail. And other inmates were also a part of it, but eventually they were recaptured, except for Michael, not at that time at least. But on December 20th of 1996, he was reapprehended in Tennessee. He then goes on trial for the murder of Lila Hood, and he is convicted. The 32-year-old man was then sentenced to life in prison without parole. All because of some small issue with the paycheck. I wish people weren't this insane, but unfortunately there are many others out there just like Michael. But luckily, Lila Hood and her family were able to get the justice they all rightfully deserved. Worst freak accidents number 2. Hello, true crimerers. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 14-year-old Trey Cooley. Trey and his father Butch would do everything together. They fished together, they hunted together, they even went to the shooting range together. And that is where our unfortunate story takes us today. This was the Dallas Pistol and Revolver Club in Carrollton, Texas. And on September 29th, 1991, a horrible accident would occur. Trey tagged along with his father Butch to the club that morning. Butch was judging a shooting contest. Now, Trey was sitting inside the air gun range when all of a sudden, a bullet struck the side of his head and killed him. Butch, his father, was just feet away outside and had to see the unfortunate carnage. At first, they didn't know if someone deliberately shot the boy or if it was something that came from outside. What actually happened, I don't think you could even possibly recreate. In the outside portion of the shooting range where actual, guns were being fired and where the shooting contest was happening, a man by the name of Dan Smith was using one of his modified guns. Now, if you can see the little guy right there, this is a model. So he steps in front of the first barrier there because he needed to shoot from 15 yards away. So he's now in this portion of the firing range. And this building here right behind it is where Trey was sitting. Now, there's supposed to be several layers of protection to prevent bullets from going anywhere past the range. Most importantly is a berm right here, this grassy hill. The berm is supposed to be 20 feet high. This one was only 12. And from the 15-yard position, you could literally see the building that Trey was sitting in. And like they say, if you can see it, you can shoot it. Not to mention the wood planks of the barrier, they have like giant open cracks. And there was no steel plate behind him, which was supposed to be there. So when Dan Smith fired his weapon, on the recoil, another bullet shot out, which he didn't even know occurred. The bullet then goes through this crack here, goes 3 inches over the berm, enters the building right here in this wall. It then goes through a storage closet, misses this broom and these pipes by mere centimeters right there. It then hits the ceiling of the next area. It then skids 7 inches across the ceiling, and instead of going upwards through the ceiling, and by the way, the bullet's traveling at 1,200 feet per second at this point. When it hits the ceiling, it does the unthinkable. It changes directions, slows down to 900 feet per second, goes through another wall, goes past the air gun range, and strikes Trey Cooley in the side of the head. This is like 1 in a billion. If he's in a different spot by like an inch, he's fine. The family filed a lawsuit against the gun range, and they won $3 million, but lost their son. The last time anyone saw him, he was leaving this medical center. That was 4 years ago. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Matthew Connolly. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Matthew Connolly, who was from the Douglas County area in Georgia, at the time he is 38 years old and he is the father to a 12-year-old son. Matthew had fallen into drug addiction, and when this all occurred, he was trying very hard to recover from that. And he was getting help and treatment from St. Jude's Recovery Center. That is where he was on August 5th, 2021. At some point that day, Matthew Connolly walked out of those doors and was then seen walking in this general area just outside the center, which was on Pine Street and Piedmont Avenue. Apparently it's near Renaissance Park. He walked away, and he never came back. According to his parents, he spoke to his father on the phone or right around this time. I believe it was after he was actually last seen. The conversation was that Matthew wanted to go back to the center to pick up some clothes, and his dad said, okay, well, I'll call the center, which he did. And his dad said to him, well, the center should be able to take you back in. The problem is Matthew never showed back up. There have been no more phone calls, no texts, no anything. Matthew is gone. And I think in cases like this, people tend to have a negative reaction to it, because he was an addict, but he was trying to get better. I think there are people out there who, for whatever reason, think, almost like people who have drug addictions or alcohol addictions, etc. Like if they go missing, it's like, no big deal. But like Matthew's a human being. He's a person, a full person. He is someone's son. He is someone's nephew. He's someone's father. He deserves to be found just like anyone else does. Sadly, there really isn't a lot of information with regards to the circumstances of his disappearance. The phone call he made to his parents was actually not from his cell phone. I don't think he actually had his own. He had borrowed the phone from someone to call his parents. It sounded like he fully intended to go back to the rehab center. His parents were going to set it up. But then something happens. What is that something? People don't just poof into thin air and disappear. No matter what the circumstances were, he is out there somewhere, hopefully alive and safe. But there seems to be so much unknown about this, and that's obviously cause for concern. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about what happened or where is Matthew Connolly. Perhaps that someone is you. Matthew, at the time of his disappearance, was 6'2", approximately 170 pounds. He has brown hair, and the last time he was seen, he had this hairstyle, and he has hazel eyes. Matthew also has some tattoos. Right forearm nearly completely covered, including a female's face with glasses. The right upper arm has a crying bearded man's face. The right upper arm on bicep area has Psalm 51:1-2. Laugh now, cry later masks on front of each shoulder. Upper chest below neckline has a tattoo that says, every saint has a past, every sinner has a future. And then the right side of torso has a quote that reads, is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream. In terms of what he was wearing, it does seem to be a little unknown. Most likely, they think, just based on his style, he was probably wearing a pair of blue jeans. But that's only a guess, and they don't know. So Matthew is out there somewhere, and maybe you know where that is. If you have any information, please contact the Douglas County Sheriff's Office at 770-942-2121. He was killed by his family simply because he was doing the right thing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Matthew Wisman. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Matthew Wisman was 24 years old. One family member described him as just the kindest person you would ever meet. That he was genuine in everything he did. He dreamed to one day become a carpenter. He was also very in tune with his faith and religion. He would go on mission trips for the church frequently, and he would help out at the church any opportunity he had. Matthew was someone who loved electronics. He would take things apart just to see how they operate and put them right back together. He was a big Philadelphia Eagles fan, along with his family. Matthew just loved to help people. That's the kind of person he was. And most of all, he loved his family dearly. Matthew was a friend, a son, a brother. And he was also special needs, and he had the mindset of maybe someone a little bit younger. And this caused him to be a little more overly trusting than most. Matthew was last seen in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, sometime around April 3rd, 2024. So he was cooperating with police and the prosecution with regards to a shooting that occurred in Maryland. Specifically about this man here, Stephen Gaddis. And Gaddis was acquainted with these two individuals here, family members of Matthew, Alexander Wisman and Alexander's half-brother, Jeremy Absher. So Matthew was at the house with his two cousins and their acquaintance when at some point they took Matthew's phone and discovered some text messages that revealed that he was working with police for the investigation into the shooting in Maryland, and that angered Stephen Gaddis. Now, Matthew's cousins were already sometimes abusive with him, but again, he was just a really trusting person. And unfortunately, on this particular day, their abuse would turn deadly. He was last seen on April 3rd, 2024, and his family reported him missing to police, but it literally took them 3 months to actually list him as a missing person. Again, this is like one of those time and time again things where I don't understand why. But in August of 2024, near Camp Conowingo, which is, I guess, specifically at the Conowingo Creek, there were some human remains found. And those remains would be identified. They belonged to Matthew Wisman. And around all of this happening, these 3 men would be arrested. Police would learn that on that April 3rd day, once they found out that Matthew was working with police, they beat him. Then they injected him with 2 full syringes of fentanyl. The three of them working together basically then dragged Matthew and forced him into a car. They then got to a bridge overlooking Conowingo Creek, and that's when Gaddis injected him again with another syringe of fentanyl. They then waited to make sure his pulse had stopped, which it did. They then just threw his lifeless body over the bridge, and they went about their lives. The two cousins would eventually tell this to police. They were arrested and have been charged with kidnapping, conspiracy to commit murder, assault, abuse of a corpse, witness intimidation, along with the direct murder charges. This all happened, like the arrest, towards the end of 2024, and I'm filming this in August of 2025. Currently, they have not gone to trial. Hopefully, it's an open and shut case, and the three of them go to prison forever. Matthew did not deserve that. He was doing the right thing. He had information about a shooting in Maryland. He went to police, because that's what you're supposed to do. He did nothing wrong. And unfortunately, members of his own family turned on him and killed him. Matthew was a good person, a kind person, a loving person, someone who enjoyed life and enjoyed helping others. But sadly, he crossed paths with monsters, and hopefully one day very soon, Matthew and his family will get the justice he very rightfully deserves. Ugh, Jesus. A violent offender, hint hint, would be paroled, and 2 people would die. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Max and Benny. Viewer discretion is advised. It was July 19th, 1976 in Orem, Utah. A gas station attendant named Max Jensen was working there that night alone. At some point that evening, a customer would enter and they found Max deceased. The 24-year-old recently married man with 1 child had been shot to death. It appeared that he had been forced to lay on the ground and had a single gunshot wound to the back of his head. On July 20th, 1976, so just the following day, another murder occurred. It was at a motel in Provo, Utah, which is what it looks like now. And then this is it in 1976. A motel manager was working a late shift. His name was Benny Bushnell. He was also recently married and also had a child. It appeared that he had also been forced to lay on the ground and he had a single gunshot wound to the back of his head. It was determined that the murder of Benny was done with a .22 caliber pistol. And the murder of Max was also done with a .22 caliber pistol. And given the close proximity, police believed that these 2 cases were connected. There was no indication that the 2 individuals knew each other, however, they did attend the same college. They both were attending Brigham Young University. Both had wives, both had 1 child. All just coincidence. Soon after both homicides, a garage mechanic would contact police to say that he thinks he saw someone throwing a gun into some bushes. And once police arrived, they found that there was a trail of blood leading from the garage all the way to where these bushes were. The gun was recovered, and it turns out it was a .22 caliber. And this was the murder weapon of both victims. This is Gary Gilmore. Gary had a cousin named Brenda. Gary was living with Brenda at the time this all occurred. Brenda would call police because she said that he had come home one night. It appeared he had done something to his hand. It was covered in blood. He asked her for painkillers and bandages. It would later be revealed that Gary Gilmore, with the murder weapon of the 2 individuals, had shot himself in his own hand, hence why there was blood leading from the garage to where the gun was found. They also confirmed that his vehicle was left behind at that garage where the gun was later found because Gary had dropped it off for repairs. So you had Brenda, the cousin, who basically turned him in. Then once they processed the license plates that they also determined belonged to Gary Gilmore. All likelihood, this was their killer. Since the age of 14, Gary Gilmore was a repeat offender. He was in and out of jail, prison. He had been convicted of numerous robberies. He had been convicted of numerous assaults. And some of the robberies were armed robberies. In 1964, he was sentenced to 15 years in prison for the various violent assaults. He was given conditional release, however, in 1972. However, during Gary's parole, he committed another armed robbery and assault and was put back in prison. Would have more time added on to his sentence. He was so violent, however, in the prison he was at that he was transferred to a federal prison. This happened in 1975. So all of his little crimes happened in the Oregon area, and that's where he was in prison before he was transferred to the federal prison in Illinois. This is a maximum security prison. By April of 1976, they figured out, you know what? He's doing okay. They released him on parole. He then finds himself in Provo, Utah, where he is staying with his cousin, who is convinced that she'll be able to help him and fix him. That was not the case. So just a few months after he was paroled and after he moved to Provo, Utah, these two murders occurred. They were able to link the gun back to him. They had a witness from the hotel murder that was able to place Gary Gilmore there. They also put Gary Gilmore on the stand during his trial. And I think they did that, his defense did, because they wanted to see if they could paint him as a psychotic. Yeah, no, go figure. However, after seeing 4 different psychiatrists, they all determined that he was 1, fit to stand trial, and 2, he knew exactly what he was doing. He was very aware of it. Then his defense said, well, since he accidentally shot himself in his hand, that also means he accidentally shot the victim at the hotel. Except they can tell how far away the gun was fired from. They can tell by the positioning of the body. That wasn't the case. And his actual lawyer said to the jury, you can either find him guilty of second-degree murder, okay, so basically they're admitting that he did it, or acquit him. The jury was like, nah, we're good. The jury found him guilty of first-degree murder of Benny Bushnell, and he was sentenced to death. He never went on trial for the murder of Max Jensen. That's because they had no witnesses for that murder. Despite it being basically the same weapon, they figured, well, we got the death penalty, there's no need to do this the second time. So it got to a point where Gary Gilmore was basically saying, I'm not going to be filing any appeals. You can just kill me. However, his mother would try to fight for him. And he actually got a couple different stays of execution, which is something he did not want. He was actually unhappy with that. Eventually, the execution was upheld. And at that time in Utah, there were 2 options for execution. You could either be hanged or you can do a firing squad. Gary Gilmore chose the firing squad. His reasoning was that it's pretty much an instant death with being shot. There could be things that go wrong with being hanged. That's accurate. January 17th, 1977, which was really soon after he was convicted, at 8:07 a.m., he was executed by firing squad. His final words, which I guess he gave in Latin, translated to, "The Lord be with you and with your spirit." And with that, his 2 victims got the justice they rightfully deserved. Mr. and Mrs. Murder. You know, when I saw this pop up on my Hulu feed, I thought it was going to be some stupid, cheesy horror movie that I was going to watch and hate. It turns out Mr. and Mrs. Murder is actually a true crime docuseries. Yeah. Did I just say crew crime? True crime. I mean, you probably shouldn't have a crew for crime. But some people do, you know. What am I doing? So this docuseries is about the murder of Mike Williams from Florida. I've covered his case before. I think I covered it over on YouTube. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, link in bio. I tell a whole bunch of true crime stuff over there as well. I think this is a fairly well-known case at this point. So Mike is married to her, Denise Williams. And the gist of it is that Mike goes on a duck hunting trip one morning and he never comes home. Mike, who this is his mother, is reported missing, and that's when the case begins. Eventually, they find Mike's boat abandoned, and there's no sign of him anywhere. And so the belief that they went with was that he somehow fell overboard, and the waders he was wearing weighed him down and sank him. He was unable to remove them, and he drowned, and then an alligator ate him. Which is certainly what his wife Denise wanted to roll with. The docuseries dives in a lot to the infidelity in this relationship on her side. He's having an affair with this man here, Brian Winchester, who was at one point married to this woman here, Kathy Winchester. And the 4 of them were really good friends since high school. They did everything together, they partied together, they had their kids together. When I first talked about Mike's case on my YouTube channel, I know I talked a lot about his mom and the instrumental role she played in getting his case solved. Because everyone was telling her, you need to give up. He was eaten by alligators. It was all an accident. That's it. She was like, no. So I knew how heavily she was involved. But what I did not fully appreciate when I first was talking about this case was how involved Brian Winchester's ex-wife was. I knew she had involvement. I knew she helped the investigation. I just didn't know how thorough it was. And how she kind of risked her life to help get this case solved as well. This is, as seems to be the new thing, a 4-episode docuseries. It came out just this year in 2025. Did it need to be 4 episodes? No. I feel like they really focus a lot on the infidelity in this little group of four people. I mean, mainly it was two people who were unfaithful to their spouses. The other two were not unfaithful. It definitely honed in a lot on the dramatics of this, like, you know, this group of four friends. And really, it kind of is telling the entire story really from her perspective this time. She is definitely the main character, if you will, of this docuseries. I like her. I think she's really cool. It's a good docuseries. I mean, it definitely is very thorough. It covers a lot of ground. I don't think it needed to be 4 episodes. They probably could have done this entire thing maybe in 2 episodes. I don't know why they do this, like why they stretch these stories out that don't really have a lot of meat to them, and like they make it too long. But this case was definitely compelling, so it doesn't really make for a boring watch. It was just too long. They showed a lot of his testimony, and basically he recounted moment for moment how he murdered his former best friend, Mike Williams. The guy's a piece of shit. He's a monster. He's awful. He should be in prison for the rest of his life, even though he's not going to be. He got off easy, really. But when he is telling the story about how he killed his friend, again, piece of shit. He's a horrible human being. And fuck him, I don't feel sorry for him. But it was still really... It was different seeing how emotional it made him. Like, bitch, you caused it. But at the same time, it's like, I believed his emotions that he shared. I do. The crying and everything he did, I actually believed it. Now, was he crying because he got caught, or was he crying because of just telling the story about how he murdered his former best friend? I don't know. There was just something so haunting about it, I guess. I don't know. But at the same time, fuck him. So I watched this on Hulu. It's an ABC News thing. Again, it's 4 episodes. So I would say it's worth the watch, but just be prepared that it's a little too drawn out. But I think it's, for the most part, pretty tolerable. So yeah. Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Check it out, huh? Not a paid sponsor. It took 53 years to solve the case, but justice would never come. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Pamela Conyers. Viewer discretion is advised. Pamela Lynn Conyers was born on January 13th, 1954. She was actually born in Mississippi, but when this case occurred, her and her family are now living in Harrendale, Maryland. And I guess this is an old photo of the Harrendale Mall. It was October 16th, 1970. Pamela Conyers, who attended Glen Burnie High School, had gone to the school that night for a pep rally and bonfire. When this is over, she gets back into the car and she drives back to her home. After stopping off at the house for a few minutes, she gets back into the family car and drives herself to the Harrendale Mall. That was on the evening of October 16th, 1970. Nobody would see Pamela alive again. The 16-year-old girl would soon be reported missing by her parents, and the search for her began. Initially, they were coming up empty, but then, a couple of days later, her vehicle is found. It had been driven into this kind of densely wooded area and just left there. It looked as if someone was trying to hide the car. There was no sign of Pamela in it, and there was no sign of foul play within the car. So they began to expand their search to this general area. And that's when they find her. They found the lifeless remains of the 16-year-old girl. She had been raped and murdered. Pamela was strangled to death. This happened in 1970, so obviously this is before DNA technology is anywhere even close to where it is now. DNA technology wasn't even a thing back then. But thankfully, they collected and stored all of the evidence from this case, and they stored it properly. Over the years, they tried interviewing anyone that was maybe at the bonfire and pep rally that night. They interviewed people who may have seen her at the mall. They talked to friends, family, etc., and they just came up with nothing. They don't know who would do this to Pamela and why. The answers wouldn't come for 53 years. When a cold case team got this case, they took out all the evidence and they found evidence that would have contained DNA. So they have these items tested for DNA, and lo and behold, they find 2 different profiles, both male profiles, and they're 2 separate people. And it was no one that was a part of her family. Using advanced DNA technology, they were able to identify one of the 2 suspects. Okay. This guy, shocker, Forrest Clyde Williams III. This is what Forrest looks like around the time the murder happened. He looked closer to this in 2023 when he was identified because at that point he was a corpse. Forrest died years prior, and so he would never face justice for what he did. The second DNA profile took a little bit longer, and they had to send it off to the Othram labs to do further, more advanced testing on it, and they finally came up with the second name, a man named Donald Willard. And unfortunately, with the worst luck possible, he would also never be arrested, because the piece of shit had the nerve to die. Again, never facing justice for what he did. Police stated that if both men were still alive today, they would have extremely strong evidence against both of them. Both of them would have been arrested, indicted, and charged with murder and rape, and odds are they would have both been convicted and sentenced to prison for the rest of their lives. Instead, they are in the prison of hell for the remainder of eternity. Pamela Conyers did not get justice. However, look at her story, especially if you're a family member who has a missing or murdered loved one where there is no resolution yet. DNA can stand the test of time. And just because her killers were both dead, it does not mean that your loved one's potential killers are dead. Even after 5 decades, they were still able to identify her killer. So please know and always hang on to hope that this could also happen with you if you are still awaiting justice. This never should have happened to Pamela. And so all you can really say at this point is that at least those 2 men won't be able to hurt anyone ever again. She was last seen walking out of this car plant. That was 24 years ago. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Patti Adkins. Viewer discretion is advised. When this case occurred, Patti Adkins was 29 years old and she was living near Marysville, Ohio. Patti was also a mother, who at the time of this case was 7 years old. Patti worked here at the Honda plant, which was located in Marysville, Ohio, and she was allegedly seeing someone that she worked with, so she told people she had a boyfriend. Now, the boyfriend's name, from what I understand, is public. I have seen it. However, I'm not going to say his name because the police have never stated his name out loud. They have never listed this man as a definite suspect in this case. Now, at the Honda plant, I guess they would have these week-long shutdowns, which was the company's way, basically, of giving everyone there a week-long vacation to celebrate the 4th of July. On June 29th, 2001, Patti Adkins worked her normal shift. She got off sometime around midnight, and from that point moving forward, has never been seen again. Now, Patti had arranged with her sister to watch her 7-year-old daughter for a portion of that week-long vacation, because Patti and her boyfriend from the plant were going to Canada for the week. It sounds like the father to her 7-year-old was watching her for the first part of that week, and then her sister would watch the daughter for the second portion of that week. Employees at the Honda would confirm she was definitely there her entire shift. They saw her leaving. She was still in her work attire when she walked into the parking lot. And according to what she had told friends, she was going to get into the bed of the truck of her boyfriend because the boyfriend was also driving someone else home. And they didn't want to know that Patti and this coworker were dating because the coworker was still married. Allegedly, the boyfriend told Patti that he was going to end up leaving his wife to be with her. There were no witnesses who saw Patti get into the pickup truck, the bed of the truck, with this person. There were no witnesses who physically saw Patti leaving the parking lot at all. She was just there, and then she was gone. Now, Patti was supposed to arrive back in Ohio on July 8th, and she was going to pick up her daughter. July 8th came, July 8th went, and there was no Patti. At the time, Patti did not have a cell phone. This is 2001. Not everyone had one. Now, at the point where they're concerned that Patti was still not home and they hadn't heard from her, a friend of hers would call the boyfriend. The boyfriend unbelievably stated that he doesn't even know who Patti is. He told the friend that him and Patti, there's no plans to go to Canada because I don't even know who she is. That they weren't in a relationship. Who is she? Once police were given this name of the boyfriend, they go to his residence and they talk to him. He once again denies ever knowing Patti, and that he certainly had nothing to do with whatever may have happened to her. He did give police permission to search his home, and for the most part, they didn't find anything totally incriminating, but they did find evidence that he was lying about knowing Patti. Very circumstantial evidence, but one of the items was a Harley Davidson t-shirt that the boyfriend's wife said she never purchased for him. She never even saw him wearing it. Well, the t-shirt, according to Patti's sister, the sister physically saw Patti buying that t-shirt specifically for the boyfriend. They also found a letter in his property that was written by Patti. And it was her telling basically the boyfriend how much she cared for him and how much she wanted to be with him. Well, now they know he's lying about knowing her. And it sounds like they questioned people at the plant, and there was enough people to state that there was belief that the two of them were dating, but definitely they knew each other, unlike what he said. He did get permission to search his vehicle, and they didn't find anything super incriminating in his vehicle either. No traces of Patti. I was watching one clip that said that they found cat hair in the bed of the truck, that the boyfriend didn't own a cat, but Patti did have a cat, and that to them told them that she was in the bed of his truck, but that's not definitive. They also discovered that Patti had withdrawn somewhere around $90,000 over the course of a couple of months that she allegedly gave to the boyfriend. And a bank employee would confirm that the boyfriend was with Patti when she withdrew that money. However, they found no evidence of that money going into any account owned by the boyfriend or even the boyfriend's wife. The money was for the boyfriend to purchase what was left in the property he owned, so that once he got a divorce from his wife, she wouldn't be able to take it from him. And so while there is that incriminating circumstantial evidence of possibly him being involved, it doesn't actually show anything that he may have done something to her. There's no evidence of that. There's no crime scene, there's no blood, there's nothing like that. There were no witnesses who saw her getting into the truck. I guess there were no cameras there because there's no camera footage. The courts have legally listed her as deceased now. The detectives all believe she met with foul play. Patti loved her 7-year-old daughter more than anything on the earth, and there's no way she would ever leave her, especially without telling anyone what was going on. There has never been any communication sent to the daughter, like letters or postcards or anything. Her bank account has not been used since the last day she was seen. There has been no activity, like a social security number or anything, since the day she was last seen on June 29th, 2001. She never got to Canada, never boarded a flight, and she has been gone ever since. There is belief that the boyfriend obviously may have done something to her. The police do believe that at this point she was likely murdered. When exactly, they're not 100% sure, but more than likely that night. They just don't have any physical proof to show that the boyfriend did it, or any proof to show anyone did it. And so that's a big reason why I'm not going to say his name, because I'm not going to sit here and falsely accuse someone of doing something like murder, especially given the police haven't said anything and they don't have any evidence. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what exactly happened to Patti Adkins on June 29th, 2001 in Marysville, Ohio. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the case of Patti Adkins, please call 937-642-7653 or 937-645-4126. You can report your tips anonymously. There is an unfortunate update in a case I covered back in May. 34-year-old Paul Aragon from Colorado had been reported by his missing back in May of 2025. You can click on the comment to go back to the original video. They had found his truck. He wasn't in it. It was parked next to or near a hotel. The dog was still in the car, but he was never found. Sadly, today, August 28th, 2025, he has been found. But unfortunately, he has been found deceased. He was found dead in Coal Creek. However, they have not released his cause of death or manner of death at this point. I'm sure if this turns into possibly a homicide type case, there will be a future update. So if I need to make an update video on that aspect of it, I will. Otherwise, he has been found, his family is grieving, and I am just very, very sorry to his family. She was last seen leaving her barracks. 40 years later, an arrest has finally been made. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Renee Dawn Blackmore. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I don't really have many photos of her. I only really have this one. Renee Dawn Blackmore was born on May 5th, 1962. She was born in Wisconsin, but it looks like at some point her family moved to Arizona, my state. Now, when this case occurs, Renee is now 20 years old, and she is a U.S. Army private stationed here at Fort Benning in Georgia. And this was basically, from what it sounds like, a dream come true for her. This is something she really, really wanted to do. Renee, it looks like she was a medic with the 197th Infantry Brigade, and they believe that she was a few days away from a promotion. She was praised a lot there. Renee seemed to be made for this, and she was praised all the time for her work there. It was the night of April 29th, 1982. Sometime that evening, Renee left her barracks and she was on a borrowed motorcycle, and she was also given the helmet by the same person who gave her the motorcycle. I'm not 100% sure what she was going to do, but she was definitely going to be coming back. But she never came back. For whatever reason, initially the army was not very gung-ho about investigating her disappearance. They actually listed her pretty soon afterwards as a deserter. She went AWOL. But everyone knew that was not her at all. Her parents were understandably angry because she went missing from their base. And they didn't seem to be really treating this like anything other than, oh, she just deserted. 4 days later, the helmet that she had been wearing was recovered. I guess it was 2 other soldiers there who had the helmet. So they were questioned briefly, hey, where'd you get this from? And eventually they discovered that they stole the helmet. They found it near an arcade. And they told the army that they found the helmet, and this would have been a couple of days after Renee had disappeared. They claimed these 2 soldiers had nothing to do with whatever happened to her. A month or so later, her wallet and sweater are found. These were just thrown to the side of a road in Georgia, about 15 miles away from the base. And then, 2 months after she disappeared, on June 28th, 1982, Renee's body was found. She had been killed by a shotgun blast. And I guess her body was found in Casita, Georgia. But unfortunately, even though they had her body, they know how she died, they know what happened to the motorcycle helmet because they have it now. They don't know who did this to her or why. Back in 1982, the technology obviously was not what we have today, and so they were limited on what they could really do. They did eventually determine that the 2 soldiers that had the motorcycle helmet had nothing to do with her murder, and they were cleared. It actually took some time to take the deserter status off of her record, and her parents were angry again about this. That should have been corrected immediately. But again, the army just was not, I don't know if they weren't equipped for this or what, but it seemed to be very lackluster. But at any rate, her murder goes unsolved for decade after decade after decade after decade. 40 years later, in 2022, they made an arrest. A convicted murderer named Marcellus McCluster. Apparently, Marcellus was initially looked at the very beginning of this investigation. However, it's not been stated as to why he was looked at back then. They have not technically released publicly what eventually would lead to, to arresting him for Renee's murder. But it sounds like they have some kind of DNA to link. But I'm not 100% sure on that. They did state that they are very confident that with what they have, they will be able to secure a conviction. What connection he had to her, I don't know, if any. So I did say he was a convicted murderer, and that's because a year after Renee disappeared, he shot and killed someone. A man named Major White. And apparently Major White was mentally and physically disabled. When they found him, his death was brutal. He had been beaten, then shot 3 times, then tied to a tree and set on fire. And eventually Marcellus would be linked to that murder. He would be convicted of it and sentenced to life in prison. Marcellus McCluster has been charged with malice murder and 4 alternate charges of felony murder. I know he had an arraignment in April of 2022 and he would plead not guilty. However, I cannot find any records of a trial happening for Renee's case. This is now about 3 years ago when he was arrested. I looked up his Georgia inmate records, and so far all it says on there is just a conviction for that murder in 1983. There is no other indications that a trial has happened yet, so I'm guessing they are just still waiting it out. Renee's mom would say, quote, "I have lived these 40 years always feeling the pain her absence causes and believing no one outside of her family and friends even cared. It is with a grateful heart that on March 28, 2022, this belief was shown to be untrue. Nothing can give Renee back to me, but I do find solace in learning that these men cared enough to search out that justice," end quote. She is referring to the GBI. A cold case unit at the GBI is the ones who basically got this breakthrough. It took 40 years, but they finally got it. And I say this every time almost. Please, if you have a loved one who is missing or was murdered decades ago, let cases like this show you that it is still very, very possible that you will get justice. And hopefully Renee's family gets that justice. But the details of the exact how and the whys of this particular case is currently not really known, like motive and all that. They are still asking for any assistance that you may know something about Marcellus. Maybe you have more pieces of the story. So if you have any information, they are asking you call them at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI, at 1-800-597-8477. And hopefully one day, very, very soon, Renee Dawn Blackmore will get the justice she very rightfully deserves.
Who even are you people? How did it get stuck with you? Can't even enjoy this. Shut up! Stop enjoying yourselves. Shh. Oh my god, Persephone, it's water. Have you never heard of it before? Jesus, hi. Welcome to Earth. Dude, this is so exciting. Wahoo. Shut up.
Hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today's story took place at Six Flags Over Texas. It was March 1999. It took place on the very popular Roaring Rapids ride. At this particular park, this ride is located in the Tower area. Each raft will hold about 12 people as it goes throughout a Roaring Rapids simulation. Here's an overhead of what that ride actually looks like. Doesn't look as exciting when you see it from up top. But, at any rate, on March 21st, 1999, a 28-year-old woman who was visiting with her family from Arkansas, her name was Valeria Cartwright. Well, her and her family were on the ride. Everything went normal, everything was going great, they were having fun. Until about 150 to 200 feet or so before the end of the ride. And this is kind of what the end of the ride would look like. When all of a sudden, the raft that they were on, and there were 12 people on board, it completely flipped and capsized. Now, this happened in what they described as waist-deep water. It was roughly 3 feet deep. And I don't know if you still are, but at least back then, you were buckled into the ride. Pretty much everyone was able to unbuckle themselves, but for some reason, Valeria's buckle would not come undone. And unfortunately, because the thing was tipped over, she was submerged in this, shallow amount of water. From what I understand, because of the chaos with 11 other people struggling to get out and people kind of swarming in, trying to figure out, who needed help, unfortunately, it was too late by the time they got to Valeria, and she ended up drowning, and she passed away. So allegedly what happened is that there are these rubber bladders, on the bottom of the raft to make it buoyant. Well, in this particular raft, they discovered that there was a severe loss of air in those bladders, which actually caused this raft to ride lower in the water. And because of the upstream pressure of the water, the cables that were connecting the raft to the track snapped. And it all caused the raft to completely flip. Valeria was a mother of a 7-year-old girl, and her daughter lost her mom that day. It would be determined that Six Flags, they were not responsible for the incident, but it was the people who maintained the rafts and the rubber bladders. So that company had to pay a settlement of $4 million to Six Flags. And even though Six Flags did not take responsibility for the incident, they still did a payout to the Cartwright family, specifically for Valeria's daughter, and that was in the sum of about $3 million, which actually, with being put into 3 different annuities, the payout would actually reach possibly up to $16 million. And while that's great, she still had to grow up without a mom. This incident has happened before at other theme parks as well. I would have hoped that, you would learn the lesson from the previous events that happened elsewhere, but I guess not.
Behind the walls of this home, another child is abused and killed. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sabrina Ray. Viewer discretion is advised. These are photos of Sabrina Ray as she grew up. She had a very troubled youth. Sabrina had multiple siblings, and around 2011 or so, they were actually taken out of the custody of their birth parents. One of her older sisters would go to a group home, and her older brother went to go live with the grandparents. Then Sabrina and then a few of her other brothers would go into the foster care system. From what I understand, the kids were taken out of the care of their biological parents due to allegations of abuse, and I think allegations of drug use. The biological parents deny that, but regardless, they were put into the foster care system. In 2011, Sabrina was adopted into the care of these two monsters, Mark and Misty Ray. By 2013, they ended up legally adopting Sabrina. They lived here in this home in Iowa, and the couple, I guess, ran a daycare out of here called Rays of Sunshine. Right. So here's the thing. I covered a story the other day about a young boy who was not only being abused by his parents, but the Child Protective Services failed him. And that's what happens here as well. On at least 10 or 11 separate occasions, DHS was called to this house with allegations of like abuse and other things like that. But every single time, DHS left the house and left the children in their care. On May 12th, 2017, another phone call happened to come to the home. This time, however, it was to the police. Sabrina was unresponsive in her room. When police, fire, and rescue arrived, she was pronounced dead. She was 16 years old. 16. But she didn't look like a 16-year-old. She looked like she was maybe 7 or 8. That's because Sabrina Ray, at that point, weighed 56 pounds. 56 pounds. The officer who arrived, who was, traumatized by this image, obviously, said that the young girl was nearly withered out of existence. She was 4 feet 7 inches tall and 56 pounds. The officer described it as the, quote, most horrific scene in my entire career and life. Now, her adopted parents, Misty and Mark, well, they were on their way to Disney World, taking some of the other kids there. So they weren't home when Sabrina was found. But they were soon apprehended, and both Mark and Misty were charged in connection to the murder of Sabrina Ray. And that's when police learned that between 2010 and 2015, at least 11 times the DHS was called to the home. And not one of those times did they ever raise any concerns. The police found locks, alarms, and coverings on the doors and windows in the bedroom where Sabrina Ray died. There was a thin mattress on the floor in which Sabrina slept on. There was also a training potty for, toddlers in that same room. That's the toilet she was basically told to use as a teenager. And then more allegations came out. At this point, other kids came forward and said that they were abused too. They forced their foster children to drink soapy water. They made them stand for long periods of time over cold vents. They forced them to eat their own vomit. They also beat and belittled all of the children, including Sabrina. And DHS never saw the signs. Over the course of this investigation, multiple people would be arrested, including the two adopted parents. But it wasn't just them. They also arrested her adoptive grandmother, Carla Bozeman. They also arrested her adoptive cousin, Jody Bozeman. And they also arrested her adoptive brother. 5 people charged in the abuse and neglect of this young girl. All of them would end up being convicted. The mother, Misty, was sentenced to life in prison plus 20 years. The father, Mark, was sentenced to 80 years. The grandmother, Carla, got 20 years. The cousin, Jody, got 14 years. And the brother, Justin, got 10 years. All the other children, by the way, that were in the house were obviously removed. Sabrina was the only one who had passed away. In 2023, there would be a lawsuit that finally came to an end. DHS would end up paying Sabrina's younger siblings who were living in the house. There was I think it was like a $10 million settlement. And then there's an additional child who will receive $4 million. And their case was easily proven by the abuse allegations. The fact that the DHS had gone there on at least 11 occasions and did nothing. The state also, I think, ended up paying them out. So basically, DHS was not equipped. I guess they were not trained to detect malnutrition in children. Okay, maybe. But this was a 16-year-old child who was so tiny, she looked like a 7 or 8-year-old. They knew she was 16 and 56 pounds. I don't think you need training to be able to pick up on that. Did they not also see the locks and everything? I mean, at any rate, DHS basically ended up paying people out. DHS is now required to be trained in malnutrition and neglect. Again, I don't know how anyone couldn't tell that she was malnourished, but hey, that's just me. So I just read some things to go back a little bit in the story here. The brother, I believe this guy here, so he admitted to physically abusing Sabrina. He actually one time kicked and pushed her down a staircase. The fucker only got 10 years. Unbelievable. You can't even really call this a cautionary tale, because this has happened time and time and time and time again. I've covered numerous stories where Child Protective Services, DHS, whatever it's called in your state, where they have failed children who ended up dying when protecting children is their literal entire job. She would be alive today if they took her out of that home after that first call. She'd be alive after that second call, that third call, that fourth call, that fifth call, that sixth call, that seventh call, that eighth call, that ninth call, that 10th call, that 11th call. She would be alive. They had 11 opportunities, at least. But I guess in the end, Sabrina Ray got the justice she rightfully deserved. She left her daughter's house to go shopping, and she would never be seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sandra Kerby. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Sandra Kerby was a 52-year-old mother and wife, and this is her husband, Frank Kerby. Sandra was a first-grade teacher here at Gibson Elementary School, which is located in Fresno, California. Frank was also a teacher, but he taught at a different school. Sandra would be described as a kind, caring soul. He was a fantastic, beloved teacher. She always came to school with a smile on her face and a joy to teach. It was July 10th, 1999. Sandra was at her daughter's house. At approximately 11:30 a.m., she would end up leaving her daughter's home to go shopping. Her daughter watched her get into her 1993 Ford Explorer and leave, not realizing she would never see her mother ever again. Her husband, Frank, would end up reporting her missing at midnight, so several hours after she was last seen. Then, 4 days later, here in this Target parking lot, a vehicle was found. It was Sandra's 1993 Ford Explorer. Inside the vehicle was her purse and her keys. There were no signs of foul play. The most notable thing to police and to family is that the driver's seat was pushed very far back. Sandra was a pretty short woman, and there's no way she could have driven the car from that position. So it's believed that someone else was driving her vehicle. This is also within walking distance of the home they lived in. This is the house that they actually lived in, Sandra and her husband, Frank. Initially, police talked to him, Frank, a couple of times, and he seems to give two various stories. He changed, little things about the story. He also gave police an alibi, and when they checked that alibi, they discovered that his cell phone had pinged in an area close by where she would have gone missing. So they caught him in a lie. Then he stopped talking to police. He would no longer cooperate with them. However, that did not stop police from investigating. They were able to obtain a search warrant to search the home, and they found something kind of incriminating on the computer. There were numerous indications that Sandra was well aware that her husband Frank was having an affair. Once they had that piece of information to go along with her car being found abandoned with the purse and the keys inside the car, given that she had never done anything like this before, like leaving and not coming back for a couple of days, this screamed foul play. And so police would end up changing this from a missing persons case to a homicide case. And the family pretty much agreed. They really felt that Sandra was dead. Now it's just a matter of finding her. Where the heck is she? If someone killed her, what'd they do to her body? They also learned that Frank had told his girlfriend that he was divorcing his wife, which there were no records that was actually happening. And he told the girlfriend, "I want to marry you." He proposed to the girlfriend just a couple of days after Sandra was reported missing. That's a bit of a red flag. That being said, police have stated publicly that they have not labeled him a suspect. However, they have labeled him a person of interest. He would refuse to take polygraph tests. He obtained a lawyer, which those two things don't necessarily mean a person's guilty. But it also does call into question whether or not he is guilty of doing something to her. It's all said and done, Sandra has never been found. There's been no signs of her anywhere, no sightings. Her bank account has not been touched. Her social security number has not been used. She's gone. But where is she? This is Sandra pictured with her mom. But at some point recently, there was a news reporter that went to the house that Frank was living in, which is still the same house that he was living in when Sandra disappeared. They asked him, can we ask you questions about your missing wife? He said no. Told them, it's been over 20 years, okay? And I don't feel like I should have to answer questions now. We are everything and everybody's doing good, and we wish she was here. We got pictures of her all over my house, but it is just not going to happen. Without proof, you can't say he's guilty. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what exactly happened to Sandra back in 1999. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on what may have happened to Sandra Kerby in 1999, please call the Fresno Police Department at 559-498-1414. He was going around assaulting woman after woman after woman. Would he ever be caught? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Shannon Schieber. Viewer discretion is advised. Shannon Schieber was born on August 8th, 1974, and I'm pretty sure she had a brother. Shannon, from a very early age, as a kid, she was just always interested in learning things. Her mom said that she had a, quote, a voracious appetite for learning. And it just sort of became who she was as she got older. An incredibly intelligent person. She had a very strong personality. She was outgoing. She had actually graduated from Duke University in just 3 years, and that was with a triple major: mathematics, economics, and philosophy. I can't even answer the $100 questions on Jeopardy. I'm always so jealous of people who have this high level of intelligence. But she wasn't stopping at Duke. She would then go to the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, and she was seeking her doctoral degree in finance. Again, it was just all about learning, learning, learning. She was just in the process of finishing her first year there when all of this happened. Sometime on the night of May 6, 1998, rolling into the morning of May 7th, 1998, Shannon's neighbor would call 911 to say that in Shannon's apartment, which is this here in Philadelphia, he heard the sound of a woman screaming and yelling, and he very clearly heard a woman screaming the word help. Police arrive at the apartment. They knock on the door. They get no response. They do not hear anything coming from inside the apartment. They saw no signs of foul play, and so they left. 12 hours later, 911 is called again by the exact same neighbor. That's because Shannon's brother had gone to her apartment because he was concerned about her, and he entered the apartment. He found his sister. She was dead. Shannon was lying face down on her bed. She was completely nude, and her bedroom looked like a struggle had definitely happened. On her body, they found male bodily fluid. They also found a small pool of blood on her blanket and did not come from her. There was blood spatter on a wall and blood on a railing on her balcony. The coroner determined that Shannon Schieber died from strangulation, and obviously sexual assault was a part of this as well. Police would learn that Shannon had filed a complaint about a stalker, and this was a fellow student at school, and so police found him, and he willingly gave them a DNA sample, and the DNA did not match any of the DNA found at the crime scene, so they ruled him out. They plugged that DNA into their database, and it matched none of the current offenders in prison or any of the offenders who had given DNA samples prior. In January of 1999, when police were running the DNA again, well, this time it came up with a match, not specifically to a name, but to at least 4 other cases. These were 4 sexual assault cases where the victims survived. All of them were in the Philadelphia area. Here's the shitty part, okay? So the police apparently were just like, meh, we don't really want to investigate these sexual assaults too much. And so what they did was they quietly basically relabeled the those cases. They took the sexual assault label off of them, which is what the cases were. They were rapes. But they took that off and just listed them as simple assaults. Now, the deliberate mislabeling of these cases, the detectives who were investigating Shannon's case, they figured out about this little system that was happening before they got the connection to the 4 other assaults. It was because of that, which is what then led them to processing this DNA against all basically known assailants. Now, if those sexual assaults were labeled as sexual assaults, the police would have known this from the very beginning, but they weren't labeled that way. Therefore, they had no way of knowing that this was a pattern happening. It's just a bunch of bullshit. At any rate, police were able to get all of these previous sexual assault victims, and eventually they came up with a couple of composite drawings of the man. Described as a very light-skinned man, he appeared to dress really nice. He seemed almost polished, if he wasn't also being a fucking monster. He would then be labeled the Center City Rapist. However, even though they've matched the DNA to whoever did these other assaults, they still had no idea who he was. Police in Pennsylvania in 2001 got phone calls from police in Colorado. 7 different women had been attacked by a man in Fort Collins, and they were able to piece together that this person doing all of this in Colorado was the same person who did it in Philadelphia. They were able to actually confirm this with DNA because with one of the assaults in Colorado, the killer left behind a baseball hat and there was sweat inside of it. And so they got a DNA profile from that, and it was a 100% match for the DNA for the Philadelphia assault victims, including the murder of Shannon Schieber. Given the profile that they created, they came up with a list of about 44 different people who it could have been. One of them being a man named Troy Graves. By 1999, he is serving in the Air Force. In 2001, he married. And when police asked him if he would come in for questioning, he said yes, and he brought his wife along with him. Troy Graves came off as very polite, soft-spoken. They also talked to Troy's wife privately, and she was shown a photo of the hat left behind at one of the Colorado crime scenes, and she said, "Yeah, my husband has a hat just like that, and I don't know where it is." Oops. They took his fingerprints and his DNA. His DNA, it was now definitive. It was his DNA at all of the Fort Collins crime scenes. His fingerprints matched several of the crime scenes in Colorado, and his DNA was an exact match with the murder of Shannon Schieber. In May of 2002, he ends up owning up to all of it, and he confesses. He pleaded guilty to 10 separate charges in Fort Collins, 4 of those being counts of sexual assault, and 2 of them unlawful sexual contact and first-degree kidnapping. He got life without parole. After that, he pleaded guilty to the murder of Shannon Schieber, and he was sentenced again to life in prison without parole. Now, I don't know if the police mislabeling those other cases as just simple assaults, I don't know if that would have ever actually saved Shannon's life. Odds are this still would have happened, but they might have been able to find him much quicker to prevent any additional assaults, which occurred in Colorado. Frustrating, but at least all of these victims have now gotten the justice they very rightfully deserve. The video you see behind me are the last known images of a man who disappeared in Florida back in 2015. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Stephen Mackrell. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Stephen Mackrell was 25 years old, living in South Florida, and he had a 1-year-old daughter. Sadly, his daughter has had to grow up without him in her life. On July 30th, 2015, Stephen would give his mom a hug goodbye. She said, "Have a good day at work," and that was it. After work, Stephen had plans to meet his friends at a place called Lucky's Tavern, which is in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He got there, he hung out with his friends, had a good night. When he leaves the bar, he gets into his white 4-door 2013 Ford Fusion. The license plate of his vehicle was WJ70L. Stephen did have about 5 drinks that night at the tavern, and he may have been slightly intoxicated. I know, he got into his car and drove. I don't know the answer to that. But Stephen never got to his next destination. Stephen was never seen again. So once police had his case, they were able to get the information from his bank account, and they saw that he had used his debit card on the night he disappeared. Not only at the tavern, but also at a Valero gas station, which was located in Pompano Beach, Florida, which I guess is a far distance from where he was last at. Once police knew this information, they were able to get the CCTV footage from that night. The footage you are about to see is the CCTV first half from when he was inside the store. The second part of the video is when he is outside. So, obviously, in that footage, Stephen does appear to be intoxicated. He is kind of stumbling around. He apparently had talked to, I guess, maybe a couple of girls who were in the far corner where the camera did not see. He appeared to be kind of interacting and just sort of wandering around the store for a brief time. Then you see him, this is his car right there. He is apparently throwing something at this silver vehicle right there. Some speculate it's the drink he had purchased inside the store, but it's kind of hard to see what exactly he threw. It did seem like he had been briefly conversating with this person before this happened. Then in the end, he gets into his car, he pulls away. The silver car, which had driven away, circled back around, and basically once his car left, that car sped off after it. This is an image of the passenger of that silver car. They have no idea if this person or the person driving that car had anything to do with whatever may have happened to Stephen. But it does appear that Stephen had gotten to some kind of verbal altercation with whoever was in that silver vehicle. The fact that they circled around and kind of went back and parked behind his car and basically waited for him to leave and then took off right after him, that's obviously very suspicious. Stephen has not been seen since that moment. His vehicle has not been found since that moment. Again, it was a 2013 white four-door Ford Fusion with a missing rim on the front driver's side, and the license plate number was WJ70L. Interestingly, the police in that area over the course of the past 10 years or so have found like 10 to 12 vehicles submerged in water, but none of them have been his car. They have openly searched the bodies of water to see if his car somehow ended up there because maybe he, was driving drunk and he went into the water. But again, even after purposefully searching, they have not found it. There's been no sign, no traces of Stephen. He has not used his bank account information since that night. He had a 1-year-old daughter at home that he loved very, very much. The belief is that something bad happened to him because he wouldn't just pick up and leave like that. The question, though, is what was the bad thing that happened to him? Did the people in that silver car have anything to do with it? Well, that information has been on the news and still no one has come forward or called. It has been 10 years since Stephen vanished. He would be 35 years old today. His daughter is 11 years old. I'm sure she would like to have her father back. Sadly, in cases like this, the odds are is he might have either one, driven into a body of water on accident because he was intoxicated, or he met with foul play. The footage of the gas station definitely seems like someone was going after him. But can they say foul play is definitely involved here? No, they cannot. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to him and where he is. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Stephen Mackerel, please contact the number 954-828-5700, or you can contact the Crime Stoppers number at 954-493-8477. You can remain anonymous. If you know something, if you saw something or heard something, please call and tell them something. Please help bring Stephen home. She somehow vanished from this home and has never come back. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tamra Keepness. Viewer discretion is advised. This is also another missing or murdered Indigenous woman or girl case. Tamra Jewel Keepness was a part of the White Bear First Nation in Saskatchewan. And she lived here in this home in the 1800 block of Ottawa Street in Regina. Tamra was only 5 years old when this happened, so she barely got a chance to even experience life. but she was your typical kid. Happy, just loved to laugh, loved to go outside and play. She was a kid. On July 6, 2004, her mother would wake up that morning and see that Tamra is not in the house. And by the way, she had 6 total children who were all living in that home. But when they woke up that morning, they couldn't find Tamra anywhere. So they report her missing to the local police. They then, of course, begin a very extensive search for the little girl. They search by land, they search by air, they search bodies of water, and they come up empty. They distribute missing persons flyers all over the area. Still, they get nothing. Now, I'm not here to paint anyone in a bad light. I just, I need to tell the story as truthfully as possible. But this information is what is reported. So yeah, just be aware. I'm not trying to make someone look bad. But Tamra's mom, Lorena, and her boyfriend, Dean MacArthur, they had allegedly been drinking the night before Tamra disappeared. At some point that night, Dean left the house entirely to go to a friend's house to keep drinking. And then Lorena left the house at some point that night to go to a friend's house. She did not leave the kids alone, however. She had a friend there named Russell who was staying in the house and stayed behind to watch the kids. But according to him, he passed out, halfway through the night, and he was out cold. Sometime around 3 o'clock in the morning, he woke up, he went outside to smoke a cigarette. He went, according to him, checked in on the little girl in the bedroom, and she was there and she was asleep. So this friend/babysitter apparently, at some point when Dean MacArthur comes back to the house, Dean assaults this guy, which puts this man into a hospital. Over what? I'm not 100% sure. Meanwhile, this is all happening while Tamra may still be in the house. Lorena comes back at some point that morning after going to her friend's house. What time exactly is not clear. When she gets there, the door is locked and she does not have her key, so she ends up breaking a window to get inside. And according to her, she just went straight to bed and fell asleep. Between 2:30 a.m. and about 8 a.m., there is this massive gap of time where nobody knows truly what was going on in this house. Nobody knows exactly what was going on with Tamra, and they cannot piece together anything into a cohesive story. For one reason, because of the alcohol. The other reason being that, Dean and the mother, Lorena, they both had left the house for hours at a time that night. And again, not putting blame on anyone, it's just in terms of trying to investigate this and get the right story, it was difficult for police. The search for 5-year-old Tamra did not just stop in Saskatchewan, it went all across Canada. They continued to do very extensive searches. And over time, they received thousands of tips, thousands of calls, and they've had to investigate every single tip. And for the most part, they all led to nothing. And as the years progressed, they try to go back to witnesses, and now that it's sometime later, their stories are slightly different. They're remembering more things or forgetting certain things. So I guess the thing about this particular area in Saskatchewan is Saskatchewan has the highest number of missing children and youth reports per capita, with 398 per 100,000 people. And that was actually from a recent 2022 report. And the neighborhood in which they lived was not considered the best neighborhood. I know eventually Lorena would lose custody of pretty much all of the kids. They were put into Child Protective Services pretty soon after all of this went down. And Lorena never technically really ever got them back permanently. And unfortunately, given the circumstances, the family got dragged through the media for the most part. Especially the mother. It doesn't sound like the mother had anything to do with what happened to Tamra. And also, she left the child in care of an adult she trusted. That was before she left the house that night. She made sure that an adult was there. And that trusted adult, right? They're going to fall asleep as well. It's the middle of the night and all the kids are actually asleep. The family basically, they got judged a lot. I mean, are they perfect? No. But we also don't know everything about this family. We can't just make up things about people when we don't know those things. But what we do know as an absolute fact is that Tamra Keepness was in this house on the night of July 5th, 2004. And by the following morning, Tamra is no longer in that house. Something probably horrible happened behind the walls of this home. And what that thing is, still nobody knows. I do know the mother's whereabouts were accounted for. It sounds like Dean's whereabouts were also accounted for. As for the adult in the home, I don't know what kind of investigation was done into him. I don't know. There is a lot of unanswered questions. That whole night was basically a blur to most of the adults. It's officially been over 20 years now. There have been police interrogations. The family have been questioned over and over. They've gotten thousands and thousands of tips. But at the end of the day, Tamra is still gone. She has still not been located. And she has got to be out there somewhere. At this point, do they feel that she is alive and safe somewhere? The likelihood is no. But until you find her, you hang on to hope. Tamra's mother will never know the truth about what happened to her daughter because, unfortunately, Lorena has since passed away. There is currently a $50,000 reward for any information that helps lead to finding out what happened to Tamra and bringing whoever may have done something horrible to her, bringing them to justice. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on what may have happened to Tamra Keepness, please call 306-777-6500 or 1-800-222-8477. So this would be an utterly terrifying thing to see at your door, huh? Now imagine this person also armed with a gun. So I just watched the new true crime docuseries called The Killer Clown: Murder on the Doorstep. I watched it through, because I have the Sundance add-on on Prime Video. And I think you can watch it on a couple other platforms, but I think it might be a paid thing. It is 3 episodes long. It's about 45 minutes or so per episode, and so it clocks in if you watch it all in one fell swoop like I did. It's about 2 hours, 15 minutes or so. It follows the case of Marlene Warren, a case I actually covered relatively recently. I think it was in December of 2024. If I can remember, I will tag my video below. But a quick summary, this was in Florida, of course. Marlene answered her door one day and there was a clown standing at her door holding these 2 balloons and also a basket or a bouquet of flowers. This was the bouquet of flowers that the clown brought with them. When all of a sudden, there were a couple other witnesses in the house, including her 21-year-old son. This clown lifted up a gun and shot Marlene and then very calmly walked away, got into a vehicle, and drove off. Not only did it become a major local story, but it also quickly became a nationwide story. Obviously due to the nature of a clown knocking on your door and shooting a person. The direct community was very scared of this, of course, so police were under a lot of pressure to get this case solved pretty quickly. But that did not happen. Oh, I won't go into the details of suspects and stuff in this video. You can see all that in my video below, or you can watch the docuseries. Again, this is not a paid sponsor. So I will say though, about this particular one, because I've been watching a lot of these recently, and they seem to be every 3 or 4 episodes long. And I would say for the most part, that's a warranted amount of episodes. This one, however, I don't think they needed to be 3. I genuinely think if you did just a 1-hour episode, you could have gotten all the information in there perfectly. There was just a lot of filler, a lot of repeated information. It just did not need to be as long as it was. It turned into a cold case. It was decades later when it was finally solved, I guess you can say. So there was just a huge gap of time when all this occurred that there was nothing happening, which is pretty much what they did here in the show. It's just a lot of nothing filler. I personally believe, just based off of when I was doing this case a few months ago, and even now more so watching this, I feel like they got the right person for this. I feel like someone else was also likely involved, but and it's just did she really get justice? Did Marlene, did her killer really get sent away for the appropriate amount of time? I don't think so. The case itself is pretty captivating, especially with the clown aspect. But yeah, I don't think they made this a very compelling show. Honestly, you probably could have done this in a 21-minute long Forensic Files episode. So it is an interesting case. It just doesn't have a lot of detailed information. I would say, yeah, go ahead and watch this, but I don't know if you'd want to waste 2.5 hours of your time. It's decent. It was just too long. Kind of like this video. Well, hey there! In case you needed another reason to hate Ocean Gate and Stockton Rush, here's another reason. This is in regards to the Titan submersible that went down to the Titanic and went into a pancake. So they have released, I believe it's their final report on this entire investigation. And they mentioned something with regards to the grand staircase of the wreckage of the Titanic. So first, the U.S. Coast Guard report identifies causes of Titan submersible's deadly implosion. About a year before its fatal implosion, this is now on dive number 80, the Titan submersible became temporarily stuck in the Titanic's wreckage and then suffered irreversible damage while ascending from the sea floor. And I just learned now from another creator who talks about this stuff, I'll tag her below, there is basically this look but don't touch policy when it comes to the Titanic wreckage. You should not go into it because there's just shit everywhere. And so on dive 80, they got to where the Titanic is. They actually got down there. And because they are greedy fucking pieces of shits who feels they can do no fucking wrong, they break that little code of, look but don't touch. And they go into the grand staircase area, which is what it looks like now. This is obviously what it looked like before. And they became entangled. And it caused damage to the hull of the Titan submersible. What the fuck? Why do you need to take this submersible and go inside the wreckage? Why? So, later, during dive 80, when they were beginning to ascend, they heard a loud bang. The quote is, "When we were ascending, I don't recall the depth, but I think we were fairly close to the surface, though still underwater, when there was a large bang or a cracking sound. And of course, sonic events in a submersible are alarming. No shit. So we were all concerned that maybe there was a crack in the hull. There was. Not to mention other dives where we can hear, because it's in these documentaries that have come out about this, you could hear Stockton Rush in one of them, and you hear pop, 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 pop sounds. That's the hull cracking. He did nothing about it. But it appears to be this moment when they went inside of it and got stuck, and it caused damage to the hull, that appears to be its last fatal flaw. And the fact that Stockton Rush did nothing to really repair it, put some band-aids on it. Then, as it's drenched in water, he leaves it in a parking lot in Canada where it's freezing cold temperatures, causing the water to freeze and expand, further destroying the hull. And he's like, meh, it's okay, whatever. Don't be babies about it, it's fine. And then, kablooey. Billionaires be billionairing. Hey, it's 2025. Have we had a billionaire go down yet? I mean, have we? I'm not sure, because I feel like we have a quota to meet. I don't know. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tracy Islam. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Dearborn, Michigan back in 1999. 37-year-old Tracy Islam was in a bad marriage at this point. She was married to Dr. Azizul Islam. By 1999, their marriage is pretty much, it's just over with. She would travel to England, where she kind of found her new self. On December 20th, 1999, Azizul told their kids that their mom had gone to England and she basically wasn't coming back. Which was hard for them to believe, was hard for anyone in her life to believe. 2 days later, there was a set of severed legs found in a dumpster. Underneath the legs, they found a set of severed arms. A week after that, in another dumpster, a torso of a woman was found. Now, Tracy's family did not believe Azizul's story, and so they had reported her missing. When the missing persons detectives, when they found out about these severed limbs, they suspected they may belong to Tracy. However, at that point, police were not able to really determine if the DNA belonged to her or not from the limbs. Now, Azizul would let police in their home very willingly and said, go ahead and search it. When they got down to the basement of the home, they noticed that there was some very fresh paint on the ground. It was very just haphazard. There was it made no logical sense by how he was painting. And he said, I'm just selling the house, just doing some painting. But they still didn't have enough evidence to get a warrant. He then allowed them to bring in a cadaver dog. Why, you idiot? But good thing he did, because the cadaver dog came in and it picked up on some scents, specifically of human remains. That was able to get them their warrant. They searched underneath the flooring and they found blood. The warrant also allowed them to search more thoroughly around the basement, which they then found traces of a blood spatter. Now, at this point, they're able to create a DNA profile for her. And I want to guess it's off of items they found in the house, like maybe her hair from a brush and that kind of thing. And they confirm that the blood they found in the basement and the limbs all came from Tracy. Azizul was then arrested and charged with her murder. The belief is that he overheard a conversation Tracy was having with a man that later determined to be a boyfriend, and that set him off into a rage. He goes to trial and he is found guilty of her murder and sentenced to life in prison. But It was later revealed that the dog trainer, well, she planted evidence in the basement, a hacksaw with human remains on it. So the entire conviction was overturned. She was prosecuted and sentenced to about 18 months in jail. However, at the appeal level, they determined that there is still enough evidence that shows that he killed his wife. And so his conviction was actually reinstated. And a prison cell is where he sits to this very day. And he will never know freedom ever again. Ah! Oh, God. Oh, sorry about that. Whew. Bro gave me quite a fright. Shocker, he's not a good dude. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of United Airlines Flight 629. Viewer discretion is advised. United Airlines Flight 629 was a Douglas DC-6B plane. On November 1st, 1955, Flight 629 would depart from LaGuardia Airport in New York, then makes a stop in Chicago, then it goes to Denver, Colorado. When it gets to Denver, they actually do a complete crew swap. New flight attendants, new pilots. Ultimately, its destination was Seattle, Washington, but it never got there. It took off from Colorado at 6:52 p.m. 6:56 p.m. it makes its final transmission. At 7:03 p.m., reports would come in of a ball of fire in the sky. Two very distinct bright lights filled the sky. This is obviously not a photo from the event. The lights lasted for about half a minute or so before they saw debris and stuff falling to the earth below. And then once this debris hit the ground, there was another big ball of fire. Another explosion. Air traffic controllers who were called about this says there were no distress calls made, and every flight was accounted for until they got to Flight 629. Pictured here is a large open field near Weld County, Colorado. And I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see this when I post it, but right here in the corner, you can see the tail end of an airplane. This tail of an airplane. It was quickly identified as to belonging to Flight 629. Massive divots in the ground amongst debris everywhere. Giant chunks of the plane were found somewhat intact, but other parts were completely mangled. The plane had literally blown apart. And given what witnesses saw with those two bright balls of light in the sky and what some people heard as a big explosion, it appeared the plane had blown up mid-flight. It was an absolute, utter tragedy. 44 people were aboard Flight 629 when this occurred. Every single one of them died. Now they have to figure out, was this a detonated device? Was a bomb maybe planted somewhere in the airplane? Or is it some kind of crazy freak accident? It would take some time to piece together what happened. They were eventually able to determine that the plane was blown up intentionally, that this was a deliberate act. Who would want to kill 44 people, including the youngest being 18 months old? The oldest passenger was 81 years old. This is a pretty haunting image, actually. This is clothing they found that was completely shredded, which gave more proof that the plane exploded. Based on chemical tests and just the smell alone, they were able to determine that this bomb, or whatever device it was, went off somewhere near one of the baggage compartments, which was the number 4 baggage compartment towards the rear of the plane. Initially, their investigation into this, they looked into a possible dispute that United Airlines was having. This was they were in a dispute with a union, I guess, and it caused a lot of friction, a lot of anger. And so could this have been some kind of retaliation against United Airlines? They determined relatively quickly that was not the case. So then they began to look at the passengers. Was maybe one person targeted and then the rest were just collateral damage? One of the victims was this woman here, 53-year-old Daisy Eldora King. She was on the flight going from Denver to Alaska. Her connecting flight would have gone to Alaska. They actually found her purse still relatively intact, and in her purse, they found several clippings from local newspapers. They found out that her son, John Gilbert Graham, had been arrested and charged with forgery charges. I guess also she had put John into an orphanage at some point early in his life, and he hated her for that. They also discovered that she had a recent life insurance policy that would have benefited her son John in her untimely death. Daisy also owned a restaurant. She owned this restaurant here, and apparently there was an insurance claim taken out on the restaurant as well. Lo and behold, around all this happening, her restaurant also explodes. All of these life insurance policies are payable to her son, John, and he collected on the insurance for the restaurant. When they investigate him further, they found not one, not two, but 3 more insurance policies taken out in his mother's name that would have been payable to him. However, when it came time to collect all of these insurance benefits, he was not awarded them because there was now an investigation into this whole bombing. Oh, motherless whore, those eyes are scary. This is him, John Gilbert Graham. When police finally talk to him, he tells them that his mom had packed her own suitcase that morning. However, when they interviewed his wife, because he was married at the time, the wife told police that she saw him, her husband, put a wrapped present into his mom's suitcase. When they searched John's home, they found items that were going to be used to craft bombs. They found dynamite in his home. And they actually were able to determine that it was actually likely some kind of dynamite-related bomb that ended up causing the explosion on Flight 629. So with the physical evidence, with the life insurance policies, the insurance policy on the restaurant, with his grudges against his mom and how he was just mad at her, they determined that he likely blew up this plane just to kill his mom, to collect on the insurance policies. Oh, he looks like a balloon. You're one to talk, Mike. So he was arrested and charged. And when he was arrested and shown all of the evidence against him, he confessed. He confesses to planting a dynamite-type bomb into his mother's suitcase, and somehow, I'm not exactly too sure how, but it detonated, killing 44 people, including an 18-month-old baby and his own mother. Unbelievably, by this time, again, this is 1955, there were no laws in place that you could charge someone with planting a bomb on an airplane. So all they could do was charge him with 1 count of first-degree premeditated murder, the murder of his mother. The other 43 victims of this case would never get their day in court, their families. I will tell you that very soon after this, laws were then put into place that you could prosecute and charge someone with planting bombs and explosive devices on an aircraft with the intent of killing everyone or most people. John here goes on trial for the murder of his mother, and he is found guilty, and his sentence is death. His trial was in 1956, and they did shit a lot quicker back then, because he was executed just the following year in 1957. He was executed in the gas chamber. His final words were, quote, "Thanks, Warden. And as far as feeling remorse for those people, I don't. I can't help it. Everybody pays their way and takes their chances. That's just the way it goes." What a guy. Hopefully he is now down in hell, being forced to lick the taint of Satan himself. A tragic plane crash would lead to a homicide. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the 2002 Uberlingen plane collision. Viewer discretion is advised. It was July 1st, 2002. This was Bashkirian Airlines, and it was departing from Russia. On board were 69 total people, 60 of them being passengers, and its destination was Spain. This was a plane operated by DHL International Aviation. It only had 2 people on board, the pilots. It departed from Bahrain, and it was going to Belgium. This is a view from the Zurich station, the ACC Zurich station. Now, at the time, on July 1st, 2002, they had 1 person working here, a man named Peter Nielsen. Now, his station was the jurisdiction, I guess, known as Uberlingen. But on this night, he is being forced to operate multiple monitors at once, multiple planes all at once. There was literally nobody else there. And this was actually against protocol. This was against the rules, which is not his fault at all. It's the company's fault. So it got to a point where these 2 planes were in the same airspace around the same time. Peter Nielsen had instructed the DHL plane to, I guess, climb to flight level 320. They then requested to climb to flight level 360, which he said yes. Then this plane got into contact with Peter Nielsen, and at that point, they were also at flight level 360. Because of how hectic it was, because he was dealing with a bunch of planes, again, all on his own, and he noticed that the second plane was at flight level 360, he neglected to tell the other plane, the DHL plane, to change its course or path. But then the top plane is alerted by the Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, instructed them to climb to get out of the path of this other plane. But then Peter Nielsen contacts them and says you need to descend down to 350 flight level. And that plane ignored the TCAS and went with Peter Nielsen's instructions. Then DHL's TCAS instructed them to descend. And had both planes basically gone with what the TCAS said, this wouldn't have happened. So now both planes are actually descending at the same time in the same area. Peter Nielsen is in contact with these two planes at the same time, and at this point it's just chaos. This is because Peter Nielsen was not even aware of the TCAS instructions given to both pilots. And it doesn't sound like the pilots were communicating back with Peter Nielsen about what they were doing. And so then, and this is obviously a computer graphic recreation, but the two planes, who were now in the same airspace at the same time in the same place, collided with one another. And the two exploded into a fireball in the sky. And both would end up crashing down below, and this was in Germany. Every single person on board each of the planes was killed. There were 0 survivors. Everyone seemed to be pretty quick to blame Peter Nielsen for this. However, he was not actually in the wrong here. Because he was tasked to be speaking to 2 different planes at the exact same time, not to mention other flights and planes that are going by, and he is completely on his own where no one else is there to help, and this was not supposed to be the case. The company failed. Not to mention you have these pilots who are getting specific instructions from their TCAS, but also getting instructions from Peter, and they were not communicating what the TCAS was saying. And then, this. And obviously this weighed very heavily on Peter Nielsen. Investigation would ultimately lead to the fact that this was just a tragic case of miscommunication. And everyone on both sides of this, the different countries where these planes came from, they were all on the same team when it came to the miscommunication part. However, each side blamed the other side for the actual accident. Bahrain was basically putting blame on Nielsen directly, and also the company. Switzerland was saying that the Russian pilots were to blame because they had not listened to Nielsen after he had repeatedly told them to climb, which, by the way, would have saved everyone. And to put this all on one guy, though, you can't do that. It was not his fault. He should not have been there doing this all on his own. I mean, there's regulations for this. Unfortunately, because of all of this, though, his life would end in tragedy. This is Vitaly Koloyev, a Russian man whose wife and 2 children, they were passengers on the Bashkirian Airlines plane, and obviously were killed in the incident. Well, he found out that Peter Nielsen was a big part of this. He held Peter responsible for all of it. He found out where Peter lived, and he entered his home, and in front of Peter's wife and their 3 children, Vitaly took a knife and stabbed the man to death. And by some, he was regarded as a hero. A hero for murdering a man in front of his wife and kids. He was arrested and charged, and he actually went to trial for the murder. He would end up being convicted of manslaughter and was sentenced to 8 years in prison. But then that prison sentence was reduced because the judge said he had acted in diminished responsibility. He was eventually released. He goes back home, and again, he is regarded as a hero. He says that he had absolutely no regrets for doing it. He even blamed Peter for his own death. He received a medal, then became, appointed as the deputy construction minister. I get it. Your wife and your children, who are your entire world, die in a horrific accident. But to put all of that blame on this person who was completely overworked, who was responsible for far too many planes at the same time, you blame the company that created that scenario, not him. There was so much miscommunication, not just from him, but from both sets of pilots, with these alerts from the TCAS. Nobody seemed to be listening to anybody. It was an unfortunate accident that never should have happened, but to put all the blame on him, that's insane. He certainly did not deserve to be murdered in front of his wife and children. I just hope that people realize that he was not the bad guy here. Not even close. A man claiming to be a 500-year-old vampire... Oh, for God's sakes, just... Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the vampire murders. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was Richard Wendorf and Naoma Queen, and they lived in Eustis, Florida. And this was the daughter, Heather Wendorf. And this is the home they lived in. Now, from what I understand, Heather in high school met, this guy, Rod Farrell. Eventually, he would move to Kentucky, where he would put together a band of gothy vampire people. They were like a group of people who thought they were vampires. They called themselves the Vampire Clan. This was their base of operations. They called it the Vampire Hotel. They are very creative with names. Rod and Heather would still communicate through the phone, and apparently one day in 1996, Rod said, you know what, I'm gonna come pick you up from Florida because she said that her parents were abusive. And this would be mentally and emotionally, not physically abusive. She was a teenager who just, didn't like her parents. So Rod, along with some of his, oh Jesus Christ, Scott Anderson, oh my God. Rod and Dana Cooper, Scott Anderson, and Charity Kesey, they would get in their car and they would drive to Florida to go pick up Heather and rescue her from her parents. When they eventually pulled up to the house after their very long drive to Florida, Heather would allegedly go out to the car to meet the two girls, when Rod and Scott would enter the house and they claimed they were there to steal their car. But in the process, whether or not this was premeditated, it's not really known for sure. They would beat Richard over the head with a crowbar, and then they would do the same thing to Naoma. They killed Mr. Wendorf here on this couch while he was probably sleeping, and Naoma was found on the kitchen floor. Each of them were hit dozens of times. Richard's older daughter, Jennifer, came home to discover their bodies. Everyone else had already fled the scene. Thanks to one of the girls who called their parents and let them know where they were, the four of them were arrested in Kentucky. Rod immediately claimed that he was a 500-year-old vampire, and his name was Visago, and he had been asleep for 500 years, and he was finally awoken. Also known as he was heavily into drugs for a lot of his young years. Rod here, I'm not Spider-Man kissing you, bud. He was convicted of the murders, and he was sentenced to death, but then later that sentence was commuted to life in prison. Scott Anderson also got life in prison. The other two only got about 17 years. Heather was never charged with anything. Worst freak accidents number 5. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is the aftermath of the Versailles wedding hall collapse. This was in Jerusalem and happened on May 24th, 2001. This side of the building was only ever intended to be a 2-story building. The other side was intended to be a 3-story structure. Well, the people who were constructing the building at the time decided, you know what? They should be even Stevens. So the building that was intended to be 2 stories got another story added to it. Now, the flooring of the 3rd floor would technically have been the roof. And a roof is not intended to carry as much weight as a floor inside of a building. So what they did was they added partitions below this new floor that was intended to hold up the weight. Kind of helped evenly distribute the load bearing. A few weeks before this disaster took place, the owners of the wedding hall portion of this building said, you know what, let's take the partitions out. So they did. The floor began to sag. They looked at it as like it just looks bad, so we'll add something to it. So they filled it with grout, which then inadvertently created more load, and it was put over a weak spot. On May 24th, 2001, a wedding reception was going on. There were close to 500 people in this room. This is from a video that you can actually watch online, but I would just give you some warning. Viewer discretion is advised for watching that video. I'm not going to show it here for obvious reasons. But this is what happened literally moments before disaster. They were having a great time. They were dancing, enjoying life, celebrating the wedding. Within a second of that last frame I showed you, and you can't really see it here, but this is an image of the floor collapsing and all of the people falling with it. And this is what happened. This new 3rd floor completely collapsed. Chaos ensued. People were going all over the place. The debris and the dirt was making it very hard to see. People were running, looking for family members, for loved ones. Where's the bride and the groom? When the floor collapsed,
23 people would die. 380 other people were injured. And this has got to be the luckiest 2 people in the world. In 2001, the engineer of this horrific disaster, his name was Eli Ron, well, he was arrested. And in 2002, he was charged with manslaughter. In October of 2004, 3 of the owners of the wedding hall, they were also arrested. And they were convicted of causing death by negligence. 2 of them were sentenced to 30 months. The other only got 4 months. Eli Ron was sentenced to 4 years. And now the building is demolished. This never needed to happen.
Sometimes a parachute doesn't open, but sometimes there's this. This is another worst freak accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I cannot find a confirmed photo of the individual involved in this, but this story happened to a 40-year-old man named Nicholas Galley. Nicholas was an aeronautical engineer and a wingsuit enthusiast. He had a ton of successful wingsuit experiences under his belt. But one day, tragically and very suddenly, his life would come to an end, doing the thing he loved doing most. It was July of 2018, and this occurred in France. Nicholas Galley was on a plane that was being operated by the Midi-Pyrenees Skydiving School Association. Nicholas, along with another base jumper, jumped out of a plane. This is not an image from the actual incident. I got these images because this channel had talked about this particular story, so it's this YouTube channel. But as Nicholas jumped out, the pilot operating the plane almost immediately began their descent to land, which is not what he was supposed to do, especially not as close as he was to the 2 men who jumped out. And the pilot did not consult with the 2 individuals who jumped out of the plane prior to them jumping out. So, and again, not an image from the incident, as the plane is going down, so is Nicholas, and within a few moments of him jumping out of the plane, he comes into direct contact with the wing of the plane. He didn't slam into it and bounce off of it. It was much worse than that. Nicholas came into contact with the wing at around his neck area, and what happened was his head was removed instantly. The wing of the plane sliced completely through his neck and decapitated him fully, then causing his lifeless body and his severed head to fall thousands of meters to the earth below. The other individual was unharmed. The pilot, whose name has never been released publicly, was arrested and charged with manslaughter. Specifically, he would go on to be convicted of involuntary manslaughter. His pilot license was obviously revoked, and the skydiving association he flew for was fined a hefty amount of money, but they themselves were not found responsible. It was the pilot who was responsible for this. He was the one who broke protocol. He would be sentenced to 12 months, and that was a suspended sentence, which means he never spent a day in prison after his conviction. I mean, I don't think the pilot had any actual intent to do this, but he should have also known way better. This did not need to happen. It should not have happened. Nicholas was not at fault either. He followed everything by the book. And sadly, his life ended in a very brutal manner. That is just a really horrific way to go. So I open up HBO Max on my Fire Stick on my TV, and I see the first thing that pops up is, hey, this is recommended for you, The Yogurt Shop Murders, which is a true crime docuseries about the yogurt shop murders. I covered this case a long time ago. I was really excited. I was like, oh, this would be a really interesting true crime show to watch. And I clicked on it. It says it's 4 episodes long. See on IMDb. I don't know if you can see that. 4 episodes. Bitch, why is it week to week? I don't want to... What? What do you mean? It's... What do you mean? It's August 24th. That's like 100 years from now. To whom does this? It should be against the law for a true crime docuseries that's covering one case. It should be against the law to make people wait week to week. What is it? No one... Who watches TV that way? Nobody. I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to binge this real quick. I'm going to watch it all today. Nope. So I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the first episode. I'm going to have to wait now 4 weeks. HBO Max. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Do better. Do better. No one wants to wait for things. Jesus. So I hate homicide detectives. I really do. Yeah. So I've been watching the Yogurt Shop Murders docuseries on HBO, not a paid sponsor, and I really hate homicide detectives. So this docuseries is 4 episodes long. It's with regards to the yogurt shop murders in Austin, Texas that happened in 1991, where these 4 girls were found inside, shot to death inside the yogurt shop itself. Boy, I gotta tell you, I didn't realize how frustrating the investigation into this case was. They were all over the fucking place with this thing. I mean, this investigation into these murders was an absolute hot mess. I don't know if they'll ever be able to solve it because of how crazy, like, it just, how fucked everything was from the beginning. There wasn't, like, a ton of physical evidence left behind, so they had to rely primarily on, like, witness statements, hearsay, no camera footage. Eventually, in the early 2000s, it led to the arrests of these 4 men. This was pretty much exclusively on their interrogations. And time 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 again, detectives who are lazy or are desperate to get an arrest will just allow anyone to falsely confess. They will trick people to confessing to something. Why would someone confess to a crime they didn't commit? Guess what? It happens all the fucking time. There are a lot of factors that go into it. When you have 2 detectives who are saying, you did this, we have proof, they didn't. We've got video evidence of a gas station across the street. Oh, you said you went and saw the Rocky Horror Picture Show that night? Well, guess what? It wasn't showing that night. Also, another lie. It was. They were pouring pressure on these guys, telling them they did it. Where it got to a point where some of them are like, well, I don't think I did this. I don't remember doing this, but you're basically telling me that I did, so I must have. And then the detectives are like, yeah, see? We got you. No, bitch. No, you didn't. The yogurt shop murders had 50, I think even over 50 false confessions. They had people from Mexico confessing to the murders. But one of the head interrogators was like, hey, you're done with this case because you're getting a lot of false confessions. And yet they were okay using the false confessions of these 4 guys. Do they even have to go to school? Do they have to get an education to be a detective? Because, you have to be smart and thorough. You have to be able to think, process information. You have to be able to process a crime scene. You have to learn to be objective. You can't be a detective and go, my gut says I think that person did it, so let's just find a way to make sure that they're arrested for it. Like, you should have to go through extensive education in college to even be considered for a detective. Because more often than not, it's just cops who are lazy, who are feeling the pressure from the victims' families and the general public. So they desperately get someone to confess, and then it's like, okay, we're done. But then years later, when you find out that DNA doesn't place these people at the scene, it couldn't have been them. When you find out that the cops lied to all these guys over and over again, when you got this idea that they literally, you can watch it on video, essentially talked them into confessing with when they went on trial, no physical evidence, nothing, no video footage, nothing. It was all reliant on these confessions that later turned out not to be true. Yes, folks, it happens a lot. They were put on death fucking row, but they're out now, and the case is now unsolved. I don't know if this case ever will be solved. Let's just be real about it. They have had so many suspects, so many false confessions, like I said, 50 of them. But thankfully, they do have DNA that they are hoping will lead to the killer or killers. But it's not these guys. It really reminds me of like the West Memphis 3 almost. I think this docuseries was kind of trying to be like Paradise Lost a little bit, which is the all-time greatest true crime docuseries. If you've never seen it, Paradise Lost. It's about the West Memphis 3. Sort of similar things here, because even in their case, the occult was brought up. That being said, it's very frustrated watching it because I cannot stand watching these actual detectives do the things they do and say the things they say in order to just get this over with. They don't seem to care about the 4 people here. These 4 victims who were shot and lit on fire. It's about them, okay? It's not about your detective career and scoring another conviction. It's about finding actual justice for these victims. That's what it should always be about. That being said, this docuseries is okay. I've seen criticisms that it's boring, that it's slow, that it focuses a lot on the family members. But hey, listen here, folks. It's not just these victims, because these victims all branched out to the families, which are they're now victims. And if you think them showing their emotions is boring, I don't know what to tell you. But it makes it real. It makes it raw. You see the effect on their families. That's important to see. It's important to see the human beings behind these human beings. It gives heart to this story. Because again, these are people, real people. They don't really focus a whole ton on the physical murder. This is really like, they really do pour down heavy, like the families and the victims, loved ones, that kind of thing. It's really focused on them. You don't see much crime scene photos. You don't see like them investigating the actual murder scene. The only real investigation you kind of see them doing is just the interrogations. So anyway, for me personally, I like this mix where it's you really see the families and you also are learning about the crime, even though it's not like super detailed here. But yeah, anyway, it's on HBO Max. It's good. I like it. I don't think I love it because it just doesn't really offer a lot of new things that we don't already know. It's also very choppy in terms of editing. They seem at times to focus on one thing and then it's over with without any like conclusion. Like the men from Mexico who confessed, I kind of feel like they're just like, oh yeah, we arrested them for this because they confessed, and then they never talk about it again in this. So yeah, it could definitely have been better, but I don't know. I still liked it. I'd recommend it, but just be aware that it's focuses way more on the families. Which to me is okay, but to you, maybe not. So there you go. I hate detectives.